They say there are two sides to every story. Consider both before you form an opinion. Easier said than done. Look at the conflict in Ukraine. One side is dominating the global narrative. The other side has been proclaimed the villain. I'm talking about NATO and Russia. And while there's a solid case against Russia here, this story too has another side.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются.
In June, NATO launched its largest war game in Europe since the end of the Cold War. NATO said during its Warsaw summit in July it plans to deploy 4 multinational battalions along the eastern flank, one each in Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. The Pentagon says it'll spend $789 million in 2016 and $3.4 billion in 2017 to bolster NATO's eastern flank. The Nevada test adds a new and dangerous dimension to the growing hostilities between the United States and Russia. The exercise was conducted to send a message to the Russians that the U.S. is prepared to start a nuclear war in Europe. If this seems unimaginable, keep in mind the United States is the only country in the world to have ever used nuclear weapons. The United States is attempting to launch a new Cold War and a renewed round of obscene military spending that will rake in trillions of dollars for the military-industrial complex and the financial elite. Instead of profit, the result very well may be the end of life on planet Earth.
Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко может появиться все, что угодно. Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
Did NATO push Ukraine into this war? Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay, and today I want to discuss why NATO cannot escape the blame for what's unfolding in Ukraine. First things first, what is NATO? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a security alliance between North America and Europe. It was formed after the Second World War. The goal, they say, was to protect democratic freedom. On the 4th of April 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty was signed. This treaty was simply an anti-Soviet accord aimed at countering any future aggression by the USSR. It established a new balance of power in Europe. It promised all members collective security. That's a core principle laid out in Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. It obliges member states to protect each other in case of a war. It says an armed attack against one ally will be an attack on all allies, meaning if one NATO nation is attacked, all NATO nations will retaliate. This allowed NATO members to pool and share their military resources. They built efficient defense capabilities, but there was more to NATO than just defense. It was an alliance of liberal countries, an engine of democratization that was supposed to promote common values and interests, also pushed back against the rise of communism. Naturally, Moscow saw this alliance as a threat to its interests. In response, it created the Warsaw Pact in the year 1955. It was a counterweight to NATO, the Warsaw Pact. These were the members. Their goal was the same. If one Warsaw Pact member is attacked, all others will defend it. Moscow began perceiving NATO as a tool of American imperialism, and the assessment was not really off the mark. In 1989, the Berlin Wall collapsed. In 1991, the Soviet Union disintegrated and the Iron Curtain was completely demolished. Europe's regional order hinged on one question: should Germany align itself with the US and NATO, or should it join the Russians through the Warsaw Pact? The US government, under George H.W. Bush, made an offer to Russian President Mikhail Gorbachev. It suggested if Germany became a NATO member, NATO would stop expanding, not 1 inch eastwards. No new members. Today, the US says it made no such promise, that no such deal was ever struck, but hundreds of memos, meeting minutes, and transcripts from US archives indicate otherwise. Nevertheless, Moscow bought the offer. It demolished the Warsaw Pact in the hope that the West would follow suit, that NATO too would be dissolved. But that never happened. NATO refused to cease operations. And to add insult to injury, they kept the door for membership open. Russia saw it as a stab in the back, and NATO kept pushing the dagger deeper. Look at this map. NATO started out with 12 founding members, but since the Soviet Union fell, it has radically expanded eastwards. In 1999, Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic joined NATO. In 2004, there was another wave of expansion. 7 Central and Eastern European nations were made NATO members. Some of them were former Soviet republics. In 2009, Albania and Croatia joined NATO. And the most recent entries were Montenegro and North Macedonia, both situated in Russia's backyard. It does not end there. As of 2021, NATO officially recognized 3 more aspiring members: Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, and Ukraine. Last we checked, NATO was also in talks with Sweden, Finland, and Serbia for membership. The last reasonably friendly warning from Moscow came in the year 2007. Vladimir Putin addressed the annual Munich conference.
Сегодня мы наблюдаем почти ничем не сдерживаемое гипертрофированное применение силы в международных делах, военной силы. Силы, ввергающие мир в пучину следующих один за другим конфликтов. Мы видим все большее пренебрежение основополагающими принципами международного права. Больше того, отдельные нормы, да по сути чуть ли не вся система права одного государства, прежде всего, конечно, Соединенных Штатов, перешагнула свои национальные границы и, по сути, во всех сферах, и в экономике, и в политике, и в гуманитарной сфере навязывается другим государствам. Ну, кому это понравится? Кому это понравится? И это, конечно, крайне опасно. И ведет к тому, что никто уже не чувствует себя в безопасности. Я хочу это подчеркнуть. Никто не чувствует себя в безопасности. Потому что никто не может спрятаться за международным правом, как за каменной стеной. Такая политика является, конечно, катализатором гонки вооружений. Мы можем считать применение силы только если решение принято на основе и в рамках ООН. И не надо подменять Организацию Объединенных Наций ни НАТО, ни Евросоюзом. Получается, что НАТО выдвигает свои передовые силы к нашим государственным границам. А мы, строго выполняя договор, никак не реагируем на эти действия. Думаю, очевидно, процесс натовского расширения не имеет никакого отношения к модернизации самого Альянса или к обеспечению безопасности в Европе. Наоборот, это серьезно провоцирующий фактор, снижающий уровень взаимного доверия. И у нас есть справедливое право откровенно спросить, против кого это расширение. И что стало с теми заверениями, которые давались западными партнерами после распуска Варшавского договора? Где теперь эти заявления? О них даже никто не помнит. Но я позволю себе напомнить в этой аудитории. Камни и бетонные блоки Берлинской стены давно разошлись на сувениры. Но нельзя забывать, что ее падение стало возможным в том числе и благодаря историческому выбору, в том числе нашего народа, народа России. Выбору в пользу демократии и свободы, открытости и искреннего партнерства со всеми членами большой европейской семьи. Сейчас же нам пытаются навязать уже новые разделительные линии, стены. Пусть виртуальные, но все-таки разделяющие, разрезающие наш общий континент. Неужели вновь потребуются долгие годы и десятилетия, смена нескольких поколений политиков, чтобы разобрать и демонтировать эти новые стены?
These sentiments have been echoed by a host of American strategists. I'll give you a few examples. June 1997, 50 prominent foreign policy experts signed an open letter to President Bill Clinton calling America's efforts to expand NATO a policy error of historic proportions. This is Robert M. Gates. He was the defense secretary in the Bush and Obama administrations. He wrote in his memoir that trying to bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO was truly overreaching. Then we have Strobe Talbot, a former Deputy Secretary of State. He described the Russian perception in a similar way, how they consider NATO as a vestige of the Cold War, and point out that if the Warsaw Pact was disbanded, why did the West not dismantle NATO? So several voices in the Western world had warned that Russia's protests have merit and that NATO expansion could spell serious trouble. Yet, successive American administrations paid no heed to these warnings. They kept widening NATO's security umbrella.
If Ukraine became a NATO member state, it would surge the NATO front lines far beyond the Carpathian Mountains and far across the wider section of the North European plain, and place the new defensible front line across nearly 2,300 kilometers of open, hard-to-defend, flat land, the easternmost section of which would only be a little more than 300 kilometers away from Volgograd, which, if taken, would shut down the entire Volga River and cut off Russia's valuable oil and gas resources coming up from around the Caspian Sea from the rest of the country, as nearly happened during the Second World War, back when the city was better known as Stalingrad. Even further, Belarus, a friendly and loyal CSTO state that is often considered a mere extension of Moscow itself, would suddenly become an indefensible salient protruding deep into the NATO front lines, surrounded entirely by NATO territory on 3 flanks. Thus, Ukraine's outright control by Moscow, or at least neutrality, is essential to the defense of the CSTO and Russia, if you believe that NATO is a hostile aggressor or could become one in the future.
А сегодня мы видим инфраструктуру НАТО прямо у нашего дома. Более того, обсуждаются вопросы вступления Украины в НАТО. И тут же говорят, что ее завтра не примут. А примут тогда, когда ее подготовят к этому. Но для нас это может быть уже поздно. Поэтому мы хотим решить этот вопрос сейчас. По поводу, хотим мы этого или нет. Конечно, нет. Именно поэтому мы и выдвинули предложение о переговорном процессе, результатом которого должна быть договоренность об обеспечении равной безопасности всех, включая нашу страну.
Does this justify the war? Absolutely not. Russia's actions are criminal, no two ways about it. But the West is not innocent either. They did not do what they could have to avert this war.
Well, you know, my predecessor who sat in this seat, President Obama, used to say, we'd be all right if we left everything to the Nordic countries. We'd be fine.
Well, we usually don't start wars.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here.
Well, we usually don't start wars.
Can you trust the media? It's a common question, and one that's popping up more and more often in our increasingly polarized world. Over the years, we've seen numerous examples of news networks twisting the truth to fit a certain narrative, or spreading outright lies in order to gain public support for military initiatives.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish things they simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous.
Renowned academic and social critic Noam Chomsky once said, "He who controls the media controls the minds of the public." In Manufacturing Consent, his work explaining the failure of capitalism and corporate control of the US, he focuses on highlighting the role that the media has played for decades, and continues to play, in manipulating public opinion for the benefit of private interests. In today's climate, it's not hard to find people who denounce the mainstream media as a pile of lies and fabrications, but then run to Fox News or other such networks as a reliable source of information, not realizing that, whomever they listen to, all modern news outlets are controlled by a set of interests that have nothing to do with sharing useful, educational, or trustworthy information. Just 21 companies own all the media outlets in the US, 5 of which own all the major news networks of the country. You might remember from one of my earlier videos that these big 5 are Comcast, Disney, News Corp, National Amusements, and AT&T. This quasi-monopoly allows those who own these companies to feed the nation a twisted version of reality, and make people believe whatever they want us to believe. This creates an environment in which only the news that fits the interest of the individuals who own these private companies makes it to the public. This corporate domination of the media goes hand in hand with the corporate domination of the government, and perpetuates a system where absurdly wealthy individuals run the show without ever needing to be elected. All modern news sources have become a single, unified front aimed at manufacturing consent and steering the conversation away from real news and towards pointless aesthetic disagreements. The news you see today has very little to do with informing you about what is going on around the world in a clear and objective manner. Today's news outlets only focus on 2 things: pandering to the biases of their audience and indirectly promoting the financial agendas of specific industries. For most of its existence, the American media has painted our way of life as the best way of life, whether for its economic opportunity for right-leaning media or standards of democracy and fairness for left-leaning media. We have been fed the lie that America is the #1 country in the world and indoctrinated to believe it. The only thing America can truly claim the #1 spot for is wasting money on the military. And how do we justify that? Just turn on the news. For decades, the US media has created news stories to glorify intervention in foreign countries, often lying outright about certain events. The tiny number of terror attacks on American soil are covered from all angles, but the vast and ongoing devastation wrought in the Middle East by the US military and our murderous sanctions barely get a mention. And the media doesn't only avoid mentioning US interventions, it also avoids those of its friends and allies. In the 1970s, when Indonesia invaded East Timor and occupied neutral territory, killing thousands, the media said nothing. Indonesia was a US ally. Today, the conflict in Yemen has been labeled as one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, and it's been going on for 6 years. Innocent people are dying in atrocious conditions every single day. Have you seen any media coverage of this lately? Has Fox, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, or any of the others said anything about the plight of the Yemeni people lately? No. Why is that? Because the Saudi army is largely responsible for the murders. And who arms the Saudi army? The United States. Once again, corporate interests and the country's bottom line supersede the right to accurate information. No matter which way these outlets lean, they are all guilty of filtering the information we receive to suit the interest of their owners. The name of the game in American media is not to inform, engage, and empower the world, as CNN so eloquently puts it, but to sell, manipulate, and turn a profit for shareholders.
Is it okay for the Dutch news network NOS to show a twisted version of an interview by BBC's John Sweeney asking Putin about the killings in the Ukraine, where the NOS edited the original interview so that Putin seems to walk away, ignoring Sweeney? Yet the original interview, which can also be found on the internet, shows Putin taking his time answering the question. Do you remember the little boy from Syria, sleeping between the graves of his parents? That too was staged and broadcast on purpose as to manipulate the people into yet another war. The boy was paid to lie there. I don't know about you guys, but this is not okay. It's not okay to fake white helmet saving a wounded man right after a bombing, only to have a selfie taken. That's deceit. It's not okay to lie to the public about Syria and the alleged chemical attacks, so that yet another war can be justified. For months, we were lied to by the mainstream media. Remember this poor little girl? You probably will, for she was used 3 times for 3 different rescue missions in 3 different months in 2016. I find that shocking. It is not okay to fake attacks on women and children to trigger an emotional response that justifies the invasion of yet another foreign country. I find it horrifying to see the well-designed deceit of Western people who watch and trust the news. The spreading of disinformation is nothing new. Back in the early 1950s, the CIA set up Operation Mockingbird, a large-scale program in the US with the sole purpose of manipulating news media for propaganda purposes. Leading American journalists were recruited into a propaganda network. In other words, the Secret Service determined what was going to be on TV and in the news. German whistleblower Udo Ulfkotte, high-profile journalist for the Frankfurter Allgemeine, stated in front of the camera that he felt deeply ashamed to have consistently lied to the public for over 25 years.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing right now, within the last months, how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia, this is a point of no return. And I'm going to stand up and say it is not right what I have done in the past. To manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia, and it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past, because they are bribed to betray the people, not only in Germany, all over Europe. The reason writing this book was that I am very fearful of a new war in Europe, and I don't like to have this situation again, because war is never coming from itself. There is always people behind it to push for war. And this is not only politicians, this is journalists too. And I just have written in the book how we have betrayed in the past our readers just to push for war, and because I don't want this anymore. I'm fed up with this propaganda. We live in a banana republic and not in a democratic country where we have press freedom, where we have human rights. If you see the German media, especially my colleagues who day by day write against the Russians, who are in transatlantic organizations and who are supported by the United States to do so, well, people like me, I became an honorary citizen of the state of Oklahoma in the United States. Just why? Just because I write pro-American. I wrote pro-American. I was supported by the Central Intelligence Agency, by the CIA. Why? Because I should be pro-American. I'm fed up with it. I don't want to do it anymore. And so I've just written a book not to earn money. No, it will cause a lot of trouble for me, just to give the people in this country, in Germany, in Europe, and all over the world, just to give them a glimpse of a view what goes up behind the closed doors. Now, you ask, what have I done for intelligence agencies? So please see, most of the journalists you see in foreign countries, they claim to be journalists, and they might be journalists, European or American journalists, but many of them, like me in the past, are so-called non-official cover. That's what the Americans call that. I have been a non-official cover. Non-official cover means what? It means you too work for an intelligence agency. You help them if they want you to help them, but they will never, when you are locked, or when they find out that you are not only a journalist but a spy too, they will never say, "Oh, this was one of our guys." They will not know you. That means non-official cover. So I have helped them in several situations, and I feel ashamed for that too now. Like I feel ashamed that I have worked for a very recommended newspaper like the Frankfurter Allgemeine, because I was bribed by billionaires, I was bribed by the Americans not to report exactly the truth, but I just imagined in my car while I was driving to this interview, I just tried to work out in my brain what would have happened if I would have written a pro-Russian article in the Frankfurter Allgemeine. Well, I don't know what would have happened, but we were all educated to write pro-European, pro-American, but please, not pro-Russian. So I'm very sorry for that, but this is not what I understand for democracy and for press freedom. I'm very sorry for that. Well, yes, I understand your question very well. Germany is still a kind of a colony of the United States. You see that in many points, like the majority of the Germans don't want to have nukes in our country, but we still have American nukes. So we are still a kind of a colony of the Americans. And being a colony, it is very easy to approach young journalists through what is very important here is transatlantic organizations. I'm sorry in interrupting you. I'll give you one example. Sometimes the intelligence agencies, they come to your office and want you to write an article. I give you an example not from strange other journalists, from me myself. I've just forgotten the year. I just remember that the German Foreign Intelligence, Bundesnachrichtendienst, it is just a sister organization of the Central Intelligence Agency. It was founded by the American Intelligence Agency. So one day, the BND, this German Foreign Intelligence Agency, came to my office at the Frankfurter Allgemeine in Frankfurt. And they wanted me to write an article about Libya and about Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. I had absolutely no secret informations regarding Colonel Muammar Gaddafi and Libya. But they gave me all these secret informations, and they just wanted me to write, to sign the article with my name. I did that, but it was an article that was published in the Frankfurter Allgemeine that originally came from the Bundesnachrichtendienst, from the German Foreign Intelligence Agency. So do you really think that this is journalism, intelligence agencies writing articles? Oh yes, that article, I have reprinted it partly in my book. That article was how Libya and Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, how he secretly tried to build a poison gas factory, I think in Rabta was the name, yeah. And I got all those informations. It was a story that was printed worldwide 2 days later. But I had no information on that. It was the intelligence agencies that wanted me to write this article. So, but this is not the way journalism should work, that intelligence agencies, that they decide what is printed and what not.
The illusion of choice. We think, there are so many channels, how could they all be in on it? Well, that's easy. This shows you who owns whom. Do you see it? There are only 4 companies. When you give people the illusion of choice, they believe they are free. Censorship is one of the greatest dangers to a democracy and to freedom of speech. The secret services still decide what the people are supposed to think and believe. If they want to invade yet another country, they will use the mainstream media to make you believe that that particular country needs to be freed of a terrible dictator who kills his own people. The real reason for the invasion will quite likely never be known to the public. It'll probably have to do with oil, or the installment of yet another Rothschild bank. But hey, who cares? It was in the news that they freed those poor people from their dictator and that democracy was bestowed upon them. And if it's in the news, it's true. End of story. Well, no, it's not. If the media coverage is controlled by secret services, it seems only logical to me to focus on the things they refuse to cover or ridicule.
Теперь по поводу ПРО. Послушайте, вот здесь все очень взрослые люди и уже опытные. Мы с вами, я сейчас не буду просить, чтобы вы это все, вот так, как я скажу, отражали в своих материалах, влияли на прессу там, или как. Я просто вам, вот знаете, хочу вам лично сказать, напомнить какие-то вещи. В очередной раз пытались нас надуть. Сейчас построили эту систему, сейчас ставят там ракеты. Так? Но вам должно быть известно, закладывают сейчас антиракеты, способные поражать цели на расстоянии 500 километров. Но мы знаем, технологии развиваются. Мы примерно знаем, в каком году примерно американцы получат новую ракету, которая будет уже не 500 километров, а 1000, а потом больше. И с этого момента они начнут угрожать нашему ядерному потенциалу. Мы по годам знаем, что будет происходить. И они знают, что мы знаем. Это вам только вешают лапшу на уши, как у нас говорят. А вы, в свою очередь, вешаете своему населению. И люди не чувствуют опасности. Вот меня что беспокоит. Ну как мы не можем понять? Мы тащим мир вообще в совершенно новое измерение. Вот в чем проблема. Делают вид, что как будто ничего не происходит. Но я не знаю даже, как достучаться. Но я знаю точно, что мы вынуждены будем отвечать. Только я уже заранее знаю, чтобы нас будут обвинять в агрессивном поведении, хотя это только ответ. Но ясно, что мы должны будем обеспечить безопасность. Не только свою. Нам очень важно обеспечить стратегический баланс в мире. И еще раз вернусь к этому и закончу ответ на этот вопрос с того, с чего начал. Вот именно этот стратегический баланс гарантировал мир на планете, гарантировал нас от крупных вооруженных конфликтов за последние 70 лет. И это благо. Как его можно разрушить, так я не знаю. Мне кажется, что это очень опасно. Не только кажется, я в этом уверен.
Let's see what they're saying now. This article is by Caitlin Johnston. Kremlin-backed media outlets have been banned throughout the European Union, both on television and on apps and online platforms. However, I will say that, don't you think, I'll just decide for myself what propaganda is. Of course, Russia Today, a state-funded Russian TV station, is gonna, I imagine, support opinions that are convenient for Russian agenda. But I suppose another thing you might say is Russia Today might have a different perspective from Western media, which I'm sure are completely free from propagandist agenda and the way that they're sponsored and the way that they're funded and the people that sit on their boards. None of that could lead to particular perspectives being highlighted, could it? The federal government is putting pressure on social media platforms to block Russian media. Twitter, historically the last of the major online platforms to jump on any new internet censorship escalation, is now actively minimising the number of people who see Russian media content, saying that it is reducing the content's visibility and taking steps to significantly reduce the circulation of this content on Twitter. This is why I think it's dangerous to get into this kind of simplistic, sanctimonious, pious certainty, moral certainty. And this is wrong, I feel that we're dealing with a complex and nuanced situation. What's not complicated? It's wrong that people in Ukraine are suffering. It's wrong that Putin has invaded Ukraine. But when it gets to controlling information, man, I'm not so sure that I like that, because what's being established is a principle now. During Russia's egregious attack on Ukraine, we're going to ban all Russian media because you might get confused, you don't know how to discern information, you're an idiot. That's basically how governments operate, right? Can you imagine a situation down the line where other forms of speech might suddenly be forbidden and censored and annexed? Because I can. Twitter is also placing warning labels on all Russia-backed media and delivering a pop-up message informing you that you are committing wrongthink if you try to share or even like a post linking to such outlets on the platform. Also, if you prohibit conversation, what solution is there going to be then? If you forego diplomacy, communication, the possibility of common ground being found, the not monstering and monsterifying people from other territories, accepting that there are good and bad people everywhere, that the line between good and bad, as the Russian writer Solzhenitsyn said, the line between good and evil runs not between nations or religions and creeds, but through every human heart. By not acknowledging your own fallibility and your own flaws, by simplifying arguments to good and bad, you prevent diplomatic, convivial, collegiate solutions and require that there is an ongoing conflict because there's no bloody intercommunication. For years, US lawmakers have been using threats of profit-destroying consequences to pressure Silicon Valley companies into limiting online speech in a way that aligns with the interests of Washington, effectively creating a system of government censorship by proxy. So it doesn't even have to become legislated. Pressure can be applied and it will be privately undertaken. And what does that mean? No democracy. It would appear that we're seeing a new expansion of this phenomenon today, and the imperial media are pushing for more. Articles and news segments warning of the sinister threat posed by Russian propaganda to misinform and divide Western populations using the internet are being churned out at a rate that's only likely to increase as this latest narrative management campaign gets into full gear. But like other recent events, if this tragedy is used to benefit the interests of the powerful in subtle ways that may not be revoked after the crisis, I'd stay alert if I were you. Not to mention the elitist assumption that you are unable to discern what information is good for you. Have you not seen enough from your leaders in recent years to know that they are not morally superior to you? I come from UK. We had our government partying their way through the whole coronavirus pandemic while people weren't allowed to leave their homes. So that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Not some superior species. Well, we can look at Russia today and we can see that that's wrong. Those idiots, though, they won't understand. They get all carried away and go all Russian by morning. It's the exercise of control. It's de facto elitism. It's de facto aristocracy. You can't decide. You don't know what's good for you, you poor things. Just sit down, watch the television, shut up. We'll do the thinking. Oh, they're eating a stroganoff. This isn't about RT. It's about the agenda to continually expand and normalise the censorship of unauthorised speech. Normalise it. We just accept that that's what you do. You carry a passport. You do as you're told. You don't watch that kind of media. Is that the world you want to live in? Well, if it isn't, stay very, very present because you're being walked into it. Voices calling for diplomacy and de-escalation are being systematically drowned out. Meanwhile, you've got massively influential pundits like Sean Hannity calling for a direct NATO airstrike on a Russian military convoy in Ukraine, without the slightest risk of losing his immense platform for advocating a move that would probably lead to a very fast, very radioactive Third World War. Yeah, if you're going to censor something, censor people advocating for a nuclear war. I think, can we agree that that would be a bad thing? When are you going to stop believing that these things called nations are real and essentially just a mask for the interests of the powerful to distract you? A flag is a veil that prevents you from seeing the truth. How about learning an important lesson that global politics doesn't operate on the level of nations? There are elite interests backed by and veiled by the mask of nationhood. Japanese people, Russian people, German people, Belgian people, people from the Congo, people from Latvia, all human beings, all with more in common with one another than they have in common with the people that govern them, whose interests ultimately dominate geopolitical outcomes. Whoever controls the narrative controls the world. The powerful understand this, while the general public mostly does not. Are you beginning to understand? Are you beginning to?
Nuclear weapons are about you. So we've partnered with the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement to explore what would really happen if a nuclear weapon were detonated in a major city today. Not nuclear war, just one explosion. We begin our story in the middle of downtown in a major city. People are going to work, studying for exams, are lost in their thoughts and daily lives. Right here, a nuclear weapon is detonated and time freezes. The first phase of the explosion happens within less than a second. In a millisecond, a ball of plasma hotter than the sun appears and grows in a fireball to more than 2 kilometers across. Within this ball, everyone is just gone. Think of water dripped onto a very hot pan. A sizzle, and then there's nothing. Most buildings, cars, trees, tacky sculptures, and people, all evaporated. First, the flash, an intense tsunami of light, washes over the city in an instant. If you happen to have your head pointed in the direction of the explosion, it renders you blind for a few hours. The heat of this light produces a thermal pulse, so energetic and hot that it just burns everything as far as 13 kilometers from the detonation site. What this means is that everything in an area of 500 square kilometers that is able to burn starts burning. Plastic, wood, fabric, hair, and skin. If you happen to be in reach of the thermal pulse, one moment you're on your way to work, the next moment you're on fire. Now the second phase begins. It happens in a few seconds. Most people will now first notice that something is wrong, but it's already too late for hundreds of thousands. The flash is followed by the shockwave. The heat and radiation of the fireball create a bubble of superheated and supercompressed air around it that's now expanding explosively. Faster than the speed of sound, creating winds stronger than hurricanes and tornadoes. Human infrastructure is no match for its power. Most major buildings within a kilometer of the fireball are just ground up down to their base. Only steel-reinforced concrete is able to partially resist the pressure. In the surrounding parks where retirees feed the ducks, trees blackened and smoldering from the heat a second before snap like toothpicks. If you're outside, you get tossed away like a grain of dust in a tornado. The shock wave weakens as it travels outwards, but still, about 175 square kilometers of houses collapse like they're made of cards, trapping tens of thousands of people who didn't have any time to react. Gas stations explode and fires spread throughout the rubble. A mushroom cloud made from the remains of the fireball, dust and ash rises kilometers into the sky in the next few minutes and casts a dark shadow over the ruined city. This violently pulls in fresh air surrounding the city, destroying more buildings and providing an abundance of oxygen. It depends on the city what happens next. If there's enough fuel, fires may turn into a firestorm that burns the rubble, everybody trapped in it, and people trying to flee the devastation. Up to 21 kilometers from the explosion, people just like you rush to their windows to take pictures of the mushroom cloud, unaware that the shockwave is still coming at them, about to shatter their windows and create a blizzard of sharp glass. The third phase begins in the coming hours and days. We're used to the idea that help will come, no matter the disaster. This time is different. A nuclear explosion is like every natural disaster at once. There are hundreds of thousands or millions of people with serious injuries, lacerations, broken bones, serious burns. In the next few minutes and hours, thousands more will die because of these injuries. Countless people are trapped in collapsed buildings like in earthquakes, or blinded by the flash, deaf from the blast wave, and unable to flee through streets impassable with rubble and debris. They're terrified, confused, and don't know what's happened to them or why. Most likely, many hospitals have been leveled along with all the other buildings, and most medical professionals are either dead or injured along with everyone else. The survivors lucky enough to have been in metro tunnels or standing in the right place to be unburned and unhurt won't have truly escaped harm yet. Depending on the type of weapon, where it explodes, and even the weather, an awful black rain can begin, with radioactive ash and dust descending on the city, covering everything and everyone. The invisible, malicious, silent horror of radiation takes its turn. Every breath carries poison to the lungs of the survivors. Over the coming days, the people who receive the highest doses of radiation exposure will die. There will be no help, not for hours or maybe even days. Civilization doesn't operate when there is a total breakdown of infrastructure. Roads are blocked, train tracks warped, runways cluttered with rubble. No water, no electricity, no communication, no stores to replenish supplies from. Help from surrounding cities will have a hard time entering the disaster zone, and even if they can, the radioactive contamination will make it risky to get too close. After a nuclear attack, you're on your own. So, bit by bit, people emerge from the rubble, on foot, contaminated with radioactive fallout, carrying what little they may have left. They are slow, in pain, traumatized, and they all need food, water, and medical treatment fast. And the damage done by a nuclear weapon doesn't end when the fires burn out and the smoke clears. The hospitals in the neighboring cities are under-equipped for a disaster of this scale and overwhelmed with tens or hundreds of thousands of patients with serious injuries. In the weeks, months, and years to come, many of those who survived will succumb to cancers like leukemia. The reason no government wants you to think about all this is because there is no serious humanitarian response possible to a nuclear explosion. There's no way to really help the immediate victims of a nuclear attack. This is not a hurricane, wildfire or earthquake or nuclear accident. It is all of these things at once, but worse. No nation on Earth is prepared to deal with it. The world has changed in the past few years, with world leaders again explicitly and publicly threatening each other with nuclear weapons. Many experts think the danger of a nuclear strike is higher than it has been in decades. Governments tell their citizens that it's good that we have nuclear weapons, but it's bad when anyone else gets them. That it's somehow necessary to threaten others with mass destruction to keep us safe. But does this make you feel safe? It only takes a small group of people with power to go crazy or rogue, a small misstep or a simple misunderstanding to unleash a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Exploding stuff in videos is fun. Exploding things in real life, not so much. There is a solution though. Eliminating all nuclear weapons and vowing never to build them again. In 2017, almost 2/3 of all the world's countries, supported by hundreds of civil society organizations and the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, agreed to prohibit and eliminate nuclear weapons. It's not about who has nuclear weapons and who doesn't. The weapons themselves are the problem. They are deeply immoral and an existential threat to all of us. No matter what country you come from, no matter what political side you find yourself on, we need to demand that they disappear forever. This will not happen without pressure. If you want to be part of this pressure, there are things you personally can do too. Visit notonukes.org to learn more about nuclear weapons and what you can do about them.
This is the story of 3 boys, cousins. They played together, grew up together, worked together, and celebrated together. But when the king, the Kaiser, and the Tsar fell out, the whole world felt it.
If you poked your head into a history class and asked who started World War I, you'd get one name: Archduke Franz Ferdinand. But while the assassination of the Austrian-Hungarian royalty was monumental, it was just one small piece of the puzzle in what many call a preventable war. Playing a major part in escalating hostilities was something called mutual defense alliances, which really just means that certain countries in Europe promised they had each other's back. Mess with France, and here comes Russia. Try to push around Japan, and in swoops Britain. These alliances made it easy for several countries to become involved in a fight on a moment's notice. Adding to the mutual alliances was the military buildup spreading throughout Europe. Countries like Germany and Great Britain bulked up their navies. If you've seen the 1987 hit movie Over the Top, you know you don't do hours of forearm exercises unless you plan on entering several arm wrestling competitions. Another cause that can't be overstated is imperialism, where countries expand their power and wealth by bringing additional territories under their control. Going hand in hand with imperialism was another ism: nationalism. The Slavic people in Bosnia and Herzegovina no longer wanted to be part of Austria-Hungary, but instead wanted to be part of Serbia. Nationalism also helped to keep the war going as each country tried harder to prove its dominance. And this brings us back to the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand and the start of the war to end all wars. With increased technology, World War I left over 17 million dead and 20 million injured. The Treaty of Versailles officially ended the war, but sadly, European peacetime wouldn't last long.
And make no mistake, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. An attack against one NATO country is an attack against all of us. And the United States' commitment to Article 5 is sacrosanct.
Russia-Ukraine conflict continues to intensify. Moscow has now issued a stern warning to Britain over its provocation of Kiev to launch strikes in Russian territories. Russia's defense ministry has warned on Tuesday of an immediate proportional response if Johnson's administration continues its direct provocation. The ministry cited UK's Armed Forces Minister James Heappey's recent statement that said that Britain will continue to support Ukrainian troops carrying out the retaliatory strikes in Russia. Heappey has called Kiev's alleged attacks on logistic sites near the Russian border towns as completely legitimate. The UK's Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, meanwhile, has urged the Western nations to double down their support for Kiev in this fight against Russia. During an address to the British Parliament on Tuesday, Truss said that countries now must supply offensive weapons instead of defensive ones in order to provide adequate backing to Kiev.
For too long, there was a false distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. It became an excuse for some to drag their feet. That time has now passed. NATO allies are clear that we are delivering heavy weapons to Ukraine. That's what the Ukrainians need to halt the latest Russian initiative and regain control of their territory.
Russia has repeatedly accused NATO of creating a serious risk of nuclear war by arming Ukraine.
It would come as a surprise. The secure communication system transmitting to the Ohio-class U.S. submarine fleet would be the first to receive the command. From the time of launch, it can take less than 10 minutes for an SLBM to reach its target, or as little as 5 minutes if it is flown on a depressed trajectory. Early warning radar systems in Russia, China, and elsewhere immediately detect the missile plume. They can determine the trajectory and intended target of the missiles. Minutes fracture into seconds. This is not a test. This is not scheduled. Russian nuclear command and control systems, carried over from the Soviet era, leave little time to opt out or delay a full-fledged response. Within 50 seconds, the missile has peaked above the Earth's atmosphere. It reaches its top speed. The engine drops off. The bus releases multiple warheads as well as decoys. The radar systems on the ground are overwhelmed and unable to differentiate the two when they are in post-boost phase. Re-entering the atmosphere, the decoys burn off, and the warheads enter their terminal phase. It will be less than 180 seconds before they touch down.
The flash was unimaginably bright. As the rain fell, the wind grew stronger and stronger. They all felt terribly thirsty, and they drank from the river. At once they were nauseated and began vomiting, and they retched the whole day. Others were also nauseated, probably because of the strong odor of ionization and electric smell given off by the bomb's fission. It was very crowded, and to distinguish the living from the dead was not easy, for most of the people lay still with their eyes open. You reached down and took a woman by the hands, but her skin slipped off in huge glove-like pieces. Those who had their faces upturned when the bomb went off, they were all in exactly the same nightmarish state. Their faces were wholly burned. Their eye sockets were hollow. The fluid from their melted eyes had run down their cheeks. Their mouths were mere swollen, pus-covered wounds, which they could not bear to stretch enough to admit the spout of a teapot.
The smoke cloud and the absorption of residual particles plunges global surface temperatures. While a regional nuclear exchange could result in global surface temperatures decreasing by 2 degrees Celsius, a large-scale nuclear conflict could alter these temperatures by -7 degrees or more. In the depth of the last ice age, some 18,000 years ago, the temperature difference from today was -5 degrees. Famine for billions of people far from the target zones would be the result of a -2 degree change. A change in 5 degrees would sufficiently ruin Canadian agriculture entirely. If world grain reserves were not destroyed in the initial exchange, reserves would last for 71 days, with little, if any, means of transportation. The global hydrological cycle would be disrupted due to the rapid climate change, and global precipitation would likely drop by 45%. These are only the projected consequences, but it has been said that the effects of a nuclear war that cannot be calculated are just as important as those for which estimates exist. In the period of late 2011, U.S. President Barack Obama inaugurated a Pacific Century, or a Pacific Pivot, which expands U.S. military presence in the naval theaters of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. This expansion has been seen as an attempt to contain China and erode its regional sovereignty by building up a presence in bordering territories. China has responded to increased U.S. presence in the Pacific with the Area Denial Anti-Access Strategy, Chinese military measures to keep adversaries out of strategic territory bordering their country, in particular the East China Sea. As a response to what was seen as an Asia-Pacific arms race, Chinese press indicated that to improve its security, China would upgrade its nuclear weapon capability. They would also develop offensive nuclear-powered submarines with ballistic missile capabilities sufficient to break the interception capability of the U.S. missile defense system. In the spring of 2012, there was further warning that an overarching missile defense system would force China to change its long-held nuclear policy, that China would revisit its policy of no first use and, if threatened, would consider an offensive nuclear strike. Since the 2009 inauguration of the Obama administration, plans for the European phased adaptive approach have continued and escalated in spite of Russian offers of a joint ABM system. In May 2012, NATO announced that Phase 1 of that system was operational. Phase 1 includes the deployment of ballistic missile defense systems along the perimeter of Russia. As part of Phase 1, the United States has deployed a missile defense radar to Turkey. As of March 2011, an Aegis ship with BMD capabilities was deployed to the Mediterranean Sea, where it currently maintains a presence. An agreement was reached with Romania to host a U.S. land-based BMD interceptor site. Agreements were also reached with Poland to host a similar site. The existing naval facility in Rota, Spain, also agreed to host 4 U.S. Aegis destroyers, each with BMD capabilities and equipped with Tomahawk missiles able to deliver both conventional and nuclear warheads. Responding to the inauguration of Phase 1, Chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces, General Nikolai Makarov, warned that while a joint U.S.-Russia development of a BMD system was an option that should be pursued, the continued buildup of a BMD system on Russia's border was seen as a threat to Russian security and a provocation. The military would, therefore, consider a preemptive strike against the sites from Kaliningrad using Iskander missiles, truck-mobile, nuclear-capable tactical missiles with a range of up to 400 kilometers. It was demonstrated at Brussels early in February 2012 that while Russia and China abstained from giving their support to UN Resolution 1973, they would forcefully draw the line on Syria and implicitly on Iran. That future interventions or regime change operations in violation of the United Nations' professed commitment to defend the sovereignty of all independent states would no longer be tolerated and would be countered by force if necessary.
Одновременно будет развернута очень широкая работа к тем, чтобы все страны или весь ядерный клуб, который очень обширен сейчас, подключились к этому договору. Мы понимаем, что так нельзя.
Я уже не говорю, что в какой-нибудь момент такие действия, которые подрывают государственный суверенитет, могут закончиться вполне себе такой полноценной региональной войной. И даже, никого не хочу пугать, с применением ядерного оружия.
Only the United Kingdom, France, and the United States, among the NATO countries, maintain their own nuclear arsenal. France is believed to have a nuclear stockpile of 300 warheads, and Britain maintains a stockpile of 225 with 160 active nuclear warheads. Britain, France, and the United States, after their cooperative mission to eliminate the Libyan head of state, are currently the most emphatic to end the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, despite the line drawn by Russia. This enthusiasm from the West has taken the form of openly arming barbaric opposition groups. They've claimed the right to enforce humanitarian intervention policies of the type championed by Iraq War architect Tony Blair. At the commencement of the August 1983 WWIII Conference on the technological basis on which to build peace, Chairman Antonino Zikiki spoke of the consequences to humanity and the planet as a whole if a personality came on the scene foolish enough to provoke a worldwide thermonuclear confrontation. He warned that in history, fools have never been lacking. Sooner or later, in 10, 20, or maybe 100 years, a fool will come forth. When the fool appears on the scene, mankind will find itself with hundreds of millions of dead, with the ozone layer destroyed by 50%, with the average temperature of the planet lowered by at least 7 degrees, with an enormous amount of radioactivity about, and with mountains of ashes instead of the vast treasures accumulated in centuries of laborious and intelligent activity in all parts of the world. When dealing at the level of thermonuclear war, these decisions ultimately fall to the personalities of the heads of state involved.
If you live in a city that has a military base, there's a missile that's aimed at you right now. If you live in a city that has an important industry, a major university, a large airport, an oil refinery, or oil storage facilities, there is a hydrogen bomb that's aimed at you right now. We live in a perilous era. There are 15,000 nuclear weapons on the planet, and the 9 nuclear weapon states are in conflict with each other. The United States and North Korea, NATO and Russia, India and Pakistan. We're just one misunderstanding, one mistake, or one fanatic politician away from a nuclear conflict. In the Second World War, fleets of hundreds or even 1,000 airplanes were used to bomb a single city. But with the invention of the atomic bomb, only one airplane and one bomb was needed. The Enola Gay carried one atomic bomb with the power of 15,000 tons of TNT. And when it dropped that bomb on Hiroshima, Japan, 100,000 people died. Over time, even more powerful bombs were built, hydrogen bombs. This 1960s airplane carried 5 hydrogen bombs, the red and white things there, and had the power of 500 Hiroshima bombs. And of course, the United States and Russia don't just use airplanes. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles with hydrogen bombs on them. And they have nuclear submarines with missiles. A single Trident missile submarine can carry 100 hydrogen bombs with the explosive power of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs. Knowing the power of the bombs and their targets, we can understand the destructiveness and loss of life that might occur if these were ever used. Let us imagine, for example, that the United States attacks Pyongyang, North Korea, the capital, with the smallest bomb carried on a Trident missile submarine. 500,000 people, about the population of Sacramento or Baltimore, would die. Nuclear weapons kill people in 4 different ways. In this orange circle, there's a shock wave so powerful that it knocks down concrete buildings and kills everyone within that zone. In the red circle, there's radiation that's released from the atomic bomb as it fissions. The radiation would kill 50 to 90% of the North Koreans over the next few weeks. In this green circle, the shock wave continues out with enough power to knock down residential buildings. And in this yellow circle, 6 miles in diameter, there's a blast of light so bright that if your skin was exposed, you'd get 3rd-degree burns, which can be fatal. And flammable things like leaves, newspapers, and your clothes would burst into flames. And of course, if we attack North Korea, they're likely to attack us back. If they use the same sized weapon that we used, and they've already tested one like this, they could kill 150,000 people in this 6-mile diameter circle in Denver. And these terrifying scenarios I'm talking about are just if each side uses one nuclear weapon. But Russia and the United States each have 4,000 strategic nuclear weapons. That's enough to attack each city with more than 100,000 people in each country with 10 atomic bombs. In a war like that, 400 million people would probably die on the planet, in China, in Russia, in Europe, and in the United States. But wait, that's not all. I've just been talking about the damage near ground zero. And that's all the military considers in their war plans. But there will be collateral effects. Remember the dinosaurs? It was a burning forest that killed 3/4 of the species we know about on the planet. And the same would happen after a nuclear war. Cities would catch on fire and burn. It's this damage, the damage the military doesn't even consider, the damage that's just thought of as an accident that might destroy human civilization. Even a war between India and Pakistan, two of the smallest nuclear powers, with only a few hundred weapons of about the size of the Hiroshima bomb, we might die as unintended consequences that the Indian and Pakistani generals never even gave us a thought about. My colleagues, Luke Oman and Alan Roebuck, calculated the spread of smoke after a war between India and Pakistan. It only takes about 2 weeks for the smoke to cover the entire Earth. And it would rise to altitudes between 20 and 50 miles above the surface. At those altitudes, it never rains. The smoke would stay there for years. This farmer may be in Europe or in the United States, but many thousands of miles from Pakistan and India, is looking at the smoky sky above him and down at the crops that have died in his field from lack of light and cold temperatures. It's estimated that in a war between India and Pakistan, that we would lose 10 to 40% of the yields of corn, wheat, and rice for years afterward because of the bad weather. The entire world only has enough food to feed the population for 60 days unless agriculture produces more food. Ira Helfand, a member of the Nobel Peace Prize-winning International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, has estimated that 1 to 2 billion people would die after a war between India and Pakistan of starvation. And after a full-scale nuclear war, temperatures would plunge below ice age conditions. We would be in a nuclear winter. No crops would grow. It's estimated that 90% of the population of the planet would starve to death, and civilization would be destroyed. And no one would be safe. Not those in countries with no nuclear weapons, not those in countries that didn't participate in the war, and not those on the other side of the planet from where the explosions occurred. No one would be safe. I bet you're not getting a warm and fuzzy feeling out of this talk. But we don't have to just keep plodding on like we have been, walking toward disaster. We can do things to stop a nuclear war and prevent global starvation and the end of human civilization. In the 1980s, politicians recognized the dangers of a nuclear conflict and did things about it. Nowadays, politicians don't seem to understand the dangers of these wars, and the younger generations hardly give nuclear conflict a thought. We baby boomers had this drummed into us. In grade school, we were taught duck and cover drills and how to get under our desk in a hopeless attempt to avoid the nuclear explosion. In the 1980s, I worked with Richard Turco, Carl Sagan, Russian scientists, and others to tell Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan about the dangers of a nuclear war. We told them a nuclear war would cause a nuclear winter that could end civilization as we know it. And they listened. And Ronald Reagan said, a great many reputable scientists are telling us that such a war could just end up in no victory for anyone because we would wipe out the earth as we know it. And Mikhail Gorbachev said, models made by Russian and American scientists show that a nuclear war would result in a nuclear winter that would be extremely destructive to all life on Earth, The knowledge of that was a great stimulus to us, to people of honor and morality, to act in that situation. In September of 2017, the United Nations passed a resolution banning nuclear weapons, like landmines. Chemical and biological weapons have been banned. Unfortunately, the nuclear weapon states want to ignore that ban and just plod on like they have been. And it's up to us to wake them up before they sleepwalk into a nuclear disaster. And what will happen if, like every other war we have ever fought, it does not go as planned and expands? And you should ask your politicians to stop launch on warning. In launch on warning, the American president can launch nuclear-armed missiles within minutes without consulting anyone, using the nuclear football, which is carried everywhere the president goes by a military officer. In 1968, the United States and 190 other countries signed the treaty to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons. In that treaty, we promised to build our nuclear arsenals down to zero as soon as we could. We need to keep that promise. All of our lives may depend on it. Thank you.
Since then, nuclear weapons have almost been used many times because of malfunctions, mishaps, false alarms, and misunderstandings. In 1995, for example, a research rocket launched to study the Northern Lights was mistaken for a nuclear missile and led the world to the brink of destruction. We know a nuclear explosion would lead to a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Yet the risk that nuclear weapons are used is higher today than it has been in decades. Military incidences involving nuclear states and their allies are happening more and more often, and states are making explicit threats to use nuclear weapons. Agreements to eliminate existing arsenals are being abandoned as new nuclear weapons are being developed. We are on a dangerous path towards a new nuclear arms race. At the same time, digital technologies that now control nuclear weapons could be hacked to issue a false warning of an impending attack, or even worse, access the launch codes. The official line is that having nuclear weapons keeps us safe, yet the reverse is true. As long as nuclear weapons exist, there is a risk they can be used. All states must join the Nuclear Ban Treaty now and bring the nuclear weapons era to an end.
Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the Congress of the United States, which has great respect and admiration and appreciation for your courageous leadership. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Are you a Nazi?
No, I don't think I'm a Nazi. I'm a Ukrainian nationalist.
What does that mean?
The main confrontation is about that some ethnic groups have control many business structures, some economic, some political forces, and
which ethnic groups?
Russians and Jews and the Poles. It may be some non-Ukrainian group control a huge percent of some economic or political power, and Of course, in this situation, Ukrainian people have some tension between it, and it causes conflicts.
These men training on a football pitch in eastern Ukraine say they want to defend their country from Russian aggression. Freikorps has its origin in German nationalist groups of the 18th and 19th century, and the leaders of the group say it has thousands of members. 24-year-old Gleb studied Homeland Security and Crisis Management at university. He says one day he wants to open a gun shop.
Why did you choose Freikorps?
Because they're more ideologically closer to me. So I decided to join them.
When you say they are more ideologically closer to you, can you tell me what you mean by that? How? What do you believe in ideologically?
Can we pause that? Okay.
Sure.
Freikorps is not the only armed group accused of being neo-Nazis that has appeared in Ukraine since the conflict with Russian-backed separatists started in 2014. Others, like these men with the powerful Azov battalion, have been incorporated into the Ukrainian security services under the Ministry of Interior.
Freikorps and many groups like them have been praised by Ukrainians for their willingness to take up arms and defend the country against what they describe as Russian aggression. But that does not mean that they are popular amongst voters at the ballot box.
A coalition of right-wing groups only managed to win less than 3% of the vote in the last parliamentary elections in 2019. But some of its leaders, such as Dmytro Yarosh, have been made advisors to the head of the Ukrainian military. Participants in this torch-lit rally resembling Nazi gatherings in 1930s Germany hold a banner honouring Stefan Bandera, a Ukrainian Nazi collaborator widely recognised as organising the massacre of tens of thousands of ethnic Poles in Ukraine towards the end of World War II. Freikorps leaders say they've been overwhelmed by people wanting to join since the crisis between Ukraine and Russia has escalated. But as NATO countries throw their weight behind Ukraine, they should perhaps be aware of what this conflict is creating on both sides. Charles Strafford, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv, eastern Ukraine.
That one of the things that the Western media tries to keep quiet about is the way in which Ukraine itself is actually heavily dominated by extreme nationalists and by neo-Nazis. This man is Ukraine's deputy chief prosecutor, and the language he's using is completely neo-Nazi. Right? It's a neo-Nazi language which the Western nations, the Western media is never going to point out, and they're going to basically try and say that this does not exist. Listen to it.
Me, I'm sorry, it's very emotional for me because I see European people with blue eyes and blonde hair being killed, children being killed every day with Putin's missiles.
The point here is that has the West, has the US been innocent of regime change in Ukraine? And I'm going to rewind a little bit and take you back to 2014 when the Euromaidan revolution took place. Why that the West was actually deeply involved in the regime change at that time. And there are two pieces of evidence. I'll start with the first one, and that is this conversation that took place between a senior US official, Victoria Nuland, from the Obama administration, who was in charge of Ukraine at that time, and the US ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt. Right? And you can see that it clearly tells us that the US is actually calling shots as to who will form the new government, right? Listen in, and this is all happening while an elected government, lawful government is still in place.
I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Klitsch and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week, you know. I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay, good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him? Is the next step?
All right, you heard that. Yats is the guy Newland is allegedly saying there in that tape. And Yats, or Arseny Yatsenyuk, was the guy for the US because he was made prime minister after Yanukovych was ousted, right? And this is, as I said, while Yanukovych was still in power. Before that, there are Western reports, a lot of reports at that time, which believe that the police had used snipers to basically shoot down protesters. But later on, it turned out that the snipers actually killed both sides. And the snipers apparently were from the opposition, not from Yanukovych, who was ousted, right? Against whom the protests were taking place. How do we know that? Again, this is a leaked conversation that took place between two people. Again, a telephone conversation. And this is between EU's Foreign Affairs Chief, Catherine Ashton, and the Estonian Foreign Minister, Urmas Paet. And again, listen to what is being said here.
Told that, well, all the evidence shows that people who were killed by snipers from both sides, among policemen and people from the streets, that they were the same snipers killing people from both sides.
Well, yeah.
So that, and then she also showed me some photos. She said that as medical doctor, she can, say that it is the same handwriting, the same type of bullets, and it's really disturbing that now the new coalition, that they don't want to investigate what exactly happened, so that there is now stronger and stronger understanding that behind snipers, it was not Yanukovych, but it was somebody from the new coalition.
I think they do want to investigate. I mean, I didn't pick that up. It's interesting. Gosh.
Yeah. So,
who was doing this? How did this happen? Why did these false flag operations take place, which helped a regime change take place, an anti-Russian regime take place in Ukraine, which was once a close ally of Russia?
Since 2014, the US has sent military aid worth $2.5 billion to Ukraine. And that's a lot of money, $2.5 billion. Just last week, Joe Biden sanctioned another $200 million. So the weapons are flowing for sure. But what kind of weapons are they? Mostly small missiles. Around 17,000 pieces were shipped immediately after the war broke out. And these are handheld weapons, basically point and shoot. So we must question NATO's intention. Do they want to help Ukraine? Or do they just want to hurt Russia? And in this case, these two things are not the same, helping Ukraine and hurting Russia. Think back to the Soviet war in Afghanistan. America flooded the country with weapons. They provided Stinger missiles to the Mujahideen. Those missiles changed the tide of the war. But what happened when the war ended? The Soviets packed up and left. And so did the US. They had no interest in toppling the Soviet-backed government. Their goal was to bleed the Soviet Union, to give Moscow their Vietnam.
Вот президент Обама упомянул об одной из угроз, это ИГИЛ. Ну а кто помогал вооружать людей, которые в Сирии боролись с Асадом-то? Кто создавал благоприятный политический информационный климат? Кто подталкивал к поставкам оружия? А вы чего? Разве вы не понимаете, кто там воюет? Там воюют наемники. В основном. Вы знаете, что там платят деньги? И они воюют там, где платят больше. Вот они вооружились, им платят определенную сумму. Мне даже называли эти суммы, которые им платят. Они там воюют уже с оружием, все, у них уже не отнимешь. Потом выяснилось, что в другом месте чуть-чуть начали побольше платить. Они там туда перетекут. Вот они захватили месторождения нефтяные, там, скажем, где-то в Ираке или в Сирии. Нефть начали добывать. У них эту нефть покупают, транспортируют, продают. Почему санкции не накладывают на всех, кто это делает? А что, разве Соединенные Штаты не знают, кто это делает? Это разве не их союзники этим занимаются? У них что, нет силы, возможности повлиять на своих союзников? Или они не хотят влиять? Зачем они бомбят ИГИЛ? Вот там начали нефть добывать и больше платить. И там часть сразу этих боевиков перетекла из так называемой цивилизованной оппозиции, сразу же перетекла в ИГИЛ, потому что там больше платят. Я считаю, что это абсолютно невыверенная, непрофессиональная политика, без опоры на реалии. Надо поддержать цивилизованную демократическую оппозицию в Сирии. Мы поддержали, дали оружие, а завтра половина боевиков оттуда ушла и перешла в ИГИЛ. Что, нельзя было об этом подумать чуть-чуть пораньше? Вот мы против такой политики Соединенных Штатов. Мы считаем, что она ошибочна, наносит ущерб всем, в том числе и вам. Что касается учета наших интересов, то нам бы очень хотелось, чтобы такие люди, как вы, возглавили Государственный департамент. И, может быть, тогда удастся как-то изменить ситуацию. Если этого не произойдет, я бы очень вас просил довести это до наших партнеров, и до президента Соединенных Штатов, и до госсекретаря, до других ответственных лиц, что мы не хотим, мы не ищем никакой конфронтации. Но вы считаете, что нужно уважать наши интересы, и многие вещи, они отрегулируются. Но это нужно сделать не на словах, а на деле. Уважать интересы других, с уважением относиться, это значит, что, как я уже говорил в своем выступлении, нельзя дожимать, используя свои исключительные положения в экономике там, или где-то в военной сфере. Понимаете, во всем. Ну хорошо, в Ираке там воюют, плохо. В Ливии там все довели до того, что вашего посла убили в Ливии. Мы что ли это сделали? Приняли решение в свое время Совета Безопасности. О чем? Значит, бесполетную зону сделать. Для чего? Для того, чтобы не могли летать самолеты Каддафи и бомбить боевиков. Тоже считаю не самое лучшее решение. Ну ладно. А что на самом деле сделали? Начали сами наносить удары, в том числе и по территории. Явное, грубое нарушение резолюции Совета Безопасности ООН. Практически агрессия без всякой резолюции. Это мы что ли сделали? Это же вы сделали своими руками. А закончилось чем? Убийством вашего посла. Кто виноват? Сами виноваты. Вот это хорошо для США, что посла убили. Ужасно, страшная катастрофа. Но не нужно искать виноватых, если сами допускаете ошибки. Нужно наоборот подняться над вот этим желанием бесконечно доминировать и исходить из вот таких имперских амбиций. Не нужно отравлять сознание миллионов людей тем, что другой политики в Соединенных Штатах быть не может, кроме имперской. Мы никогда не забудем того, как мы помогали Соединенным Штатам в обретении независимости. Мы никогда не забудем нашего сотрудничества и союзничества в Первую и во Вторую мировую войну. И я полагаю, что глубинные стратегические интересы американского народа, российского народа во многом совпадают. И нужно опираться вот на эти взаимные интересы. А призывы России к совместной борьбе с террористами игнорируются. Более того, террористические группировки продолжают вооружать, снабжать, обучать в надежде использовать их, как и прежде, для достижения своих политических целей. Это очень опасная игра, и хочу еще раз обратиться к подобным игрокам. В данном случае экстремисты хитрее, умнее и сильнее вас, и заигрывая с ними, вы всегда будете проигрывать. Уважаемые участники форума, Очевидно, что сейчас мировому сообществу важно сосредоточиться на действительно реальных проблемах, стоящих перед всем человечеством, решение которых позволит сделать мир и безопасным, и стабильным, а систему международных отношений равноправной и справедливой. И, как уже говорил, в конечном счете превратить глобализацию из глобализации для избранных в глобализацию для всех. Убежден, любые вызовы и угрозы можно преодолеть только сообща, на прочной основе международного права и устава Организации Объединенных Наций. Сегодня именно ООН продолжает оставаться структурой, которой нет равных по представительности и универсальности, уникальной площадкой для равноправного диалога. Универсальные правила ООН необходимы, чтобы включить как можно большее число стран в процесс экономической и гуманитарной интеграции, гарантировать их политическую ответственность и обеспечить согласованность действий, разумеется, при сохранении суверенитета и своей модели развития. У нас нет сомнений, суверенитет – это центральное понятие всей системы международных отношений. Его уважение, укрепление – это залог мира, стабильности и на национальном, и на международном уровне. Стран, которые, как Россия, могут опереться на тысячелетнюю историю, в мире немало. И мы научились ценить свою идентичность, свободу и независимость. При этом мы не стремимся ни к глобальному доминированию, ни к экспансии какой-то, ни к конфронтации с кем бы то ни было. В нашем понимании настоящее лидерство сегодня заключается не в том, чтобы выдумывать эфемерные угрозы и, спекулируя на них, пытаться подмять под себя остальных, а в том, чтобы видеть реальные проблемы, содействовать объединению усилий государства и их решений. И именно так Россия понимает сегодня свою роль в мировых делах. Приоритеты, без которых благополучное будущее нашей общей планеты немыслимо, абсолютно очевидны. Не скажу ничего нового. Прежде всего, это равная и неделимая безопасность для всех государств. Только прекратив вооруженные конфликты и обеспечив мирное развитие всех стран, мы сможем говорить об экономическом прогрессе, решении социальных, гуманитарных и других ключевых проблем. Важно сообща, а не на словах, важно на деле бороться с терроризмом и экстремизмом. Уже не раз говорилось о том, что победить это зло можно только объединив усилия всех государств мира. Россия предлагала и предлагает до сих пор это всем заинтересованным нашим партнерам. Мир нельзя сделать стабильным, если не обеспечить поступательное развитие глобальной экономики. Важно создать условия для созидательного труда и экономического роста, обеспечить темпы экономического роста, так, чтобы мир не был больше разделен на вечно проигрывающих и вечно выигрывающих. Правила игры должны быть такими, чтобы развивающиеся экономики имели шанс хотя бы догнать тех, кого мы называем экономиками развитыми. Нужно добиваться выравнивания темпов экономического развития, подтягивать отстающие страны и регионы, чтобы плоды экономического роста и технологического развития были доступны всем. В том числе это позволит победить одну из самых тяжелейших проблем современности – бедность. Абсолютно очевидно и то, что экономическое сотрудничество должно быть взаимовыгодным и базироваться на всеобщих универсальных принципах, чтобы каждое государство могло стать равноправным участником мировой хозяйственной жизни.
Добрый день.
Здравствуйте.
Меня зовут Coverups, я являюсь пилотом воздушного судна Аэробуса-320 авиакомпании «Аэрофлот». И вопрос мой касается текущей ситуации на Украине. Мы все поддерживаем ваши действия, поддерживаем проведение спецоперации, которая сейчас там происходит. И, конечно, самый главный вопрос, который так или иначе задавал себе каждый из нас в последнее время, почему началась эта спецоперация, неужели ее нельзя было избежать? Разумом мы понимаем и всячески поддерживаем ваши действия, но женское сердце наше неспокойно. За родных, за близких, за тех, кто остался на Украине. Мы знаем, что гражданское население не страдает, но все-таки скажите нам, успокойте нас, что ждет нас в конце этого пути? Чем должна закончиться военная операция на Украине? Спасибо.
Я очень коротко, но все-таки вынужден начать, как в таких случаях говорят, с центра поля. Я сказал об этом при начале операции и говорил до того, как было принято это решение. Тяжелое решение, без всяких сомнений. В чем дело? Дело в том, что после государственного антиконституционного переворота на Украине, который активно поддерживался, к сожалению, западными странами, ну, чего греха таить, они же не скрывают это, прямо сказали, что затратили на это $5 миллиардов. Пирожки там горячие раздавали на Майдане и так далее. А потом вместо того, чтобы вернуть ситуацию, даже если она вышла из-под контроля, даже если это так называемый эксцесс исполнителя, есть такое юридическое понятие, то есть планировали одно, сделали другое, все равно могли и должны были бы вернуть эту ситуацию в политическое русло. Тем более, что накануне этого госпереворота приехали 3 министра иностранных дел в Киев в 2014 году и подписали с действующей властью тогда соглашение и выступили в качестве гарантов этих договоренностей о том, что ситуация будет развиваться в политическом русле. Нет, ничего подобного. Совершили госпереворот, поддержали тех, кто совершил госпереворот, а затем последовали известные события, связанные с Крымом и с юго-востоком Украины, с Донбассом, где люди не поддержали этот переворот. Крым, как известно, принял решение, люди пришли на референдум и проголосовали вернуться в состав Российской Федерации. И естественно, мы не могли этого не поддержать. Тем более, что они подвергались опасности со стороны националистов и неофашистов. Я сейчас скажу, что есть полное подтверждение тому, что они тогда были правы. А потом начались события, или параллельно практически на Донбассе. К чему это привело? Люди, которые, по сути, начали сопротивляться такому развитию событий, начали подвергаться преследованию. И на этой территории киевские власти начали проводить военные операции. Провели 2 крупномасштабных карательных военных операции с применением тяжелой техники, авиации боевой. Прямо били. Значит, по Донецку. Прям по площадям лупили сверху. Значит, танки, авиация и так далее. Обе эти кампании военные оказались провальными. Они потерпели поражение. После этого возникли так называемые Минские соглашения. Или комплекс мер, как его официально называют. Который показал путь мирного разрешения этого конфликта. И мы старались, делали все для того, чтобы пустить развитие событий именно по этому руслу, для того, чтобы восстановить территориальную целостность Украины и защитить интересы людей, которые на этих территориях живут. А чего они требовали? Да, элементарных вещей. Право говорить на родном, в данном случае на русском для них языке. Жить в рамках своих традиций и своей культуры. Ничего особенного не было. Но ничего особенного. Нет. Значит, организовали блокаду этих территорий, отключили их от банковской системы, от продовольственного снабжения, от выплат пенсий, пособий и так далее. Там подачи какие-то подбрасывали, и то для того, чтобы получить эти пособия и пенсии, надо было проходить линию разграничения. Послушайте. Вы знаете, что я сейчас скажу? Может быть, это жестко так прозвучит, прямо от меня в голову пришло, но тем не менее, ситуация заставляет говорить такие вещи. Ну вот вы сами видите, когда у нас то в одном, то в другом регионе, значит, бродячие собаки набрасываются на людей, ранят, даже есть и летальные случаи. А потом, это отдельная проблема, и местные власти должны этим заниматься. А потом мы видим, когда начинают травить этих животных, убивать их, расстреливать. Послушайте, но люди не на Донбассе, это не бродячие собаки. От 13 до 14 тысяч человек убили за это время, за эти годы. Более 500 детей убиты или искалечены. Ну что особенно нетерпимо, это то, что этот так называемый цивилизованный Запад предпочитает этого не замечать. Все эти годы, ну послушайте, 8 лет. 8 лет. Более того, в последнее время власти в Киеве прямо начали заявлять публично о том, что они не собираются выполнять этих соглашений. Но они же говорят об этом прямо с экранов в интернете, везде, публично говорят. Не нравится, не будем. При этом Россию продолжали обвинять в том, что мы не выполняем этих соглашений. Ну, какой-то бред просто. Театр абсурда. То, что белое говорит черное, а на черное говорят белое. В последнее время еще хуже. Вдруг заговорили о том, что собираются еще... То есть говорят уже давно, но начали все активнее и активнее говорить о том, что Украину примут в НАТО. Вы понимаете, к чему это могло привести? Или может привести еще до сих пор? Если это страна НАТО, в соответствии с договором об образовании этой организации, все другие члены Альянса должны поддерживать эту страну в случае военного конфликта. Крым российским, кроме нас с вами, никто не признает. Значит, они проводят военные операции на Донбассе, также полезут в Крым. И тогда мы должны будем воевать со всем НАТО, со всей организацией НАТО. Это что такое? Последствия понятны или нет? Думаю, что для всех понятно. Значит, теперь заговорили о том, чтобы приобрести ядерный статус, то есть приобрести ядерное оружие. Мы не можем пройти мимо таких вещей. Тем более, что мы знаем, как этот так называемый Запад ведет себя по отношению к России. Во-первых, у Украины с советских времен есть ядерные компетенции. И что касается обогащения материалов ядерных, они смогут организовать эту работу. Есть ракетные компетенции. Один Южмаш чего стоит. Создавал ракетную технику баллистическую межконтинентальной дальности для Советского Союза. Нарастят и сделают. А там из-за океана еще и помогут это сделать. А потом скажут, что мы ядерного статуса не признаем. Это сделали сами. Поставят эти комплексы под контроль. И с этой секунды, вот с этой самой секунды, судьба России будет совсем иной. Потому что тогда нашим противникам стратегическим и не нужно даже иметь баллистические ракеты межконтинентальной дальности. Вот здесь прямо будут держать нас на мушке, на ядерном, и все. Но как же мы можем пройти мимо всего этого? Это абсолютно реальные угрозы. Это не какая-то ерунда надуманная. И ребята наши, которые там сейчас сражаются, и жизни свои кладут. Они кладут жизни, сражаются за наше будущее, за будущее наших детей. Это совершенно очевидная вещь. А что сейчас происходит? Я уже говорил о том, какие цели мы перед собой ставим. Первое, конечно, защитить людей, которые проживают на Донбассе. Каким способом? Путем демилитаризации и денацификации Украины. Передание нейтрального статуса. Почему? Потому что если нейтральный статус, то уже в НАТО не соберутся. А у них в Конституции записано, что они идут в НАТО. Вы понимаете? В Конституцию записали. Значит, что такое денацификация? Ну, вот я с коллегами западными разговариваю. А чего такое? У вас тоже есть радикалы. Да, у нас есть. Но у нас нет в правительстве радикалов. И все признают, что там есть. Да, может быть, у нас есть какие-то придурки, которые со свастикой где-то бегают. Но разве мы поддерживаем это на правительственном уровне? Разве у нас ходят с факелами тысячи людей по столицам, или по Москве, либо по другим нашим региональным столицам, со свастикой и с этими факелами, как в 30-е годы в Германии? Разве это есть у нас? А там есть и поддерживается. Разве мы поддерживаем тех, кто убивал русских, евреев, там, даже тех же поляков во время войны? Разве мы делаем из них героев? А там делают. Президенты в федеральных округах, главы российских регионов. Мы встречаемся в сложное время, когда наши вооруженные силы проводят на Украине и на Донбассе специальную военную операцию. Напомню, что в самом ее начале, ранним утром 24 февраля, мною публично, открыто были названы причины и главная цель действий России. Это помощь нашим людям на Донбассе, которые в течение почти 8 лет самыми варварскими методами, блокадой, крупномасштабными карательными акциями, терактами и постоянными артиллерийскими обстрелами подвергались настоящему геноциду. И за что? Только за то, что они добивались элементарных человеческих прав. Жить по законам и традициям своих предков, говорить на родном языке, растить своих детей так, как они хотят. При этом киевские власти не просто игнорировали, саботировали на протяжении всех этих лет реализацию Минского комплекса мер по мирному урегулированию кризиса, но в конце прошлого года и вовсе публично отказались от его исполнения. Приступили они и к практической реализации планов по вступлению в НАТО. Более того, прозвучали и заявления киевских властей о намерении создать теперь уже и собственное ядерное оружие и средства его доставки. Это была реальная угроза. Уже в обозримом будущем при зарубежном техническом содействии пронацистский режим в Киеве мог получить в свои руки оружие массового уничтожения. И целью для него, конечно, была бы Россия. На Украине действовала и сеть из десятков лабораторий, где под руководством и при финансовой поддержке Пентагона проводились военно-биологические программы, в том числе эксперименты с образцами коронавируса, сибирской язвы, холеры, африканской чумы свиней и других смертоносных заболеваний. Следы этих секретных программ сейчас усиленно пытаются замести. Но у нас есть все основания полагать, что в непосредственной близости от России на территории Украины, по сути, создавались компоненты биологического оружия. Наши неоднократные предупреждения о том, что подобное развитие событий несет прямую угрозу безопасности России, были отвергнуты Украиной, их покровителями из США и НАТО. Причем с показным и циничным пренебрежением. Таким образом, все дипломатические возможности были полностью исчерпаны. Нам просто не оставили никаких вариантов мирным путем решить проблемы, возникающие не по нашей вине. И в этой связи мы были просто вынуждены начать специальную военную операцию. Появление российских войск под Киевом и у других городов Украины связано не с намерением оккупировать эту страну. У нас нет такой цели. И об этом мною тоже было прямо сказано в обращении 24 февраля. И все поставленные задачи, безусловно, будут решены. Мы надежно обеспечим безопасность России и нашего народа. И никогда не допустим, чтобы Украина служила плацдармом для агрессивных действий против нашей страны. Именно принципиальные для России и для нашего будущего вопросы по нейтральному статусу Украины, по демилитаризации и денацификации мы были готовы и готовы сейчас обсуждать в ходе переговоров. Наша страна сделала все для организации и проведения этих переговоров, понимая, что необходимо использовать любую возможность для того, чтобы сберечь людей и их жизни. Но мы вновь и вновь убеждаемся, что киевскому режиму, которому его западные хозяева поставили задачу создать агрессивную антироссию, судьба самого народа Украины безразлична. То, что гибнут люди, то, что сотни тысяч, миллионы стали беженцами, то, что в городах, которые удерживают неонацисты и их вооруженные преступники, выпущенные из тюрем, происходит настоящая гуманитарная катастрофа, все безразлично. Для нас также очевидно, что западные покровители просто подталкивают киевские власти к продолжению кровопролития. Им поставляют все новые партии вооружения, снабжают разведданными, оказывают и другую помощь, включая направление военных советников и наемников. В качестве оружия они избрали и экономические, финансовые, торговые, другие санкции в отношении России, которые бьют сейчас по самим, кстати говоря, европейцам и американцам. Через растущие цены на бензин, энергоносители, продукты питания, через потерю рабочих мест, связанных с российским рынком. И не надо здесь, не надо, что называется, перекладывать с больной головы на здоровую, во всем обвиняя нашу страну. Хочу, чтобы меня услышали и простые граждане западных государств. Вас сейчас настойчиво пытаются убедить в том, что все ваши трудности – это результат каких-то враждебных действий России, что из вашего собственного кошелька надо оплатить борьбу с мифической русской угрозой. Все это ложь. А правда в том, что текущие проблемы, с которыми сталкиваются миллионы людей на Западе, стали результатом многолетних действий правящих элит их государств. их ошибок, близорукости и амбиций. Эти элиты думают не о том, как улучшить жизнь своих граждан в западных странах. Они одержимы своими корыстными интересами и сверхприбылями. Свидетельство тому данные международных организаций, которые прямо говорят о том, что социальные проблемы даже в ведущих западных странах в последние годы только обостряются, что растут неравенство, разрыв между бедными и богатыми, дают о себе знать расовые и национальные конфликты. Миф о западном обществе всеобщего благоденствия, о так называемом «золотом миллиарде» рушится. Повторю, сегодня всей планете приходится расплачиваться именно за амбиции Запада, за его попытки любыми способами сохранить свое ускользающее доминирование. Введение санкций – это логическое продолжение, концентрированные выражения безответственной, недальновидной политики правительств и центральных банков США и стран ЕС. Именно они за последние годы собственными руками разогнали спираль мировой инфляции. Своими действиями привели к росту глобальной бедности и усилению неравенства, к новым потокам беженцев во всем мире. И возникает вопрос, кто теперь ответит за миллионы голодных смертей в беднейших странах мира из-за растущего дефицита продовольствия? Повторю, серьезный удар нанесен по всей глобальной экономике и торговле, по доверию и к американскому доллару как основной резервной валюте. Так нелегитимные действия по заморозке части валютных резервов Банка России подводят черту под надежностью так называемых первоклассных активов. По факту и США, и ЕС объявили на самый настоящий дефолт по своим обязательствам перед Россией. Теперь каждый знает, что финансовые резервы могут быть попросту украдены. И видя это, многие страны уже в ближайшее время могут начать, уверен, так и будет происходить, конвертировать свои бумажные и цифровые накопления в настоящие резервы в виде сырьевых товаров, земли, продовольствия, золота, других реальных активов, что только усилит дефицит на этих рынках. Против России развернута массированная атака и в киберпространстве. Развязана беспрецедентная информационная кампания, в которой задействованы глобальные социальные сети и все западные СМИ, объективность и независимость которых оказалась просто мифом. Ограничивается доступ к информации. Людей пичкают огромным количеством фейков, пропагандистских подделок. Проще говоря, липой. Дошло до того, что одна из американских социальных сетей напрямую заявила о возможности публикаций с призывами к убийствам граждан России. Мы понимаем, каким ресурсом обладает эта империя лжи. Но против правды и справедливости она все равно бессильна. Россия будет последовательно доводить свою позицию до всего мира. А позиция у нас честная и открытая. И все больше людей ее слышат, понимают и разделяют. Хочу сказать предельно откровенно. За лицемерными разговорами и сегодняшними действиями так называемого коллективного Запада стоят враждебные геополитические цели. Им не нужна, просто не нужна сильная и суверенная Россия. Они не простят нам ни нашего самостоятельного курса, ни того, что мы отстаиваем свои национальные интересы. Мы же помним, как они поддерживали сепаратизм, терроризм, поощряя террористов и бандитов на Северном Кавказе. Как и в 90-е, начале 2000-х годов, они и сейчас вновь в очередной раз хотят повторить попытку дожать нас, додавить. Что называется, загнать за можжой, как в народе говорят, превратить в слабую, зависимую страну, нарушить территориальную целостность, расчленить в лучшем для них варианте Россию. Тогда у них это не вышло, не выйдет и сейчас. Так называемый коллективный Запад и его пятая колонна привыкли мерить все и всех по себе. Они полагают, что все продается и все покупается. И потому думают, что мы надломимся, отступим. Но они плохо знают нашу историю, наш народ. Да, многие страны в мире смирились давно уже с тем, чтобы жить, согнув спину и подобострастно принимая все решения своего суверена, заглядывая подобострастно ему в глаза. Так живут многие страны, к сожалению, и в Европе. Но Россия никогда не будет в таком жалком и униженном состоянии. И борьба, которую мы ведем, это борьба за наш суверенитет, за будущее нашей страны и наших детей. Мы будем сражаться за право быть и оставаться Россией. Еще раз повторю, текущая ситуация – это, безусловно, испытание для всех нас. Уверен, мы пройдем его достойно. Упорным трудом, совместной работой и взаимной поддержкой преодолеем все трудности и станем еще сильнее. Как это всегда было в истории тысячелетней России. На такую работу я и хочу вас настроить.
The United Nations was founded so that we would never forget the crimes of great power. Are we now in danger of forgetting?
Last week, Secretary Blinken expressed his view that some of Russia's reported attacks did in fact constitute war crimes. He emphasized that the Department of State and other U.S. departments will be documenting and assessing the facts and the law surrounding these reports. And doctrinally, we're able to hold responsible under international law those who are directly responsible, those who might be complicit, or otherwise engaged in some sort of a joint criminal enterprise with the perpetrators. The doctrine of superior responsibility allows for commanders to be held responsible for acts committed by their subordinates if they're aware of those acts and they fail to either prevent them in advance or punish them after the fact. So all of those sort of criminal law tools could be used by any court that's able to seize jurisdiction in this particular case.
American War Crimes has its own Wikipedia page. Torture, extrajudicial killings, illegal detentions, they've done it all.
In April 2010, WikiLeaks released this cockpit video from an Apache gunship in Baghdad in 2007. The gunship is firing from a distance of over a mile from its victims. This is the war you don't see.
Clearly, there were two cameramen there holding cameras, not arms. These cameramen turned out to be Reuters news reporters.
Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on them, just open off.
Yeah, Roger. I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees out along this.
You're clear. All right, firing.
Line here. When the space line, let me know when you have it.
One shoot. Light them all up.
002 traffic, 260.
Come on, fire.
Hey, Roger.
Keep shoot. Keep shoot.
Bushmaster, two things. We need to move time now.
All right, we just engaged all 8 individuals.
A whole street covered with bodies. The reaction to that was nice.
Yeah, look at those dead bastards. Nice. 2-6, Crazy Horse 1-8.
This tape from me and the other people involved made nice a dirty word. So we just couldn't see something as being nice anymore when a whole street covered with carnage is nice.
Ethan McCord was one of the first soldiers to reach the scene of the killing. Here he speaks to an audience in the United States.
Myself and the team of soldiers I was with began running in the direction where we heard the Apache fire.
Good shoot. Thank you.
I was not even close to prepared for the carnage that I was about to walk onto. I saw what appeared to have been 3 men on a corner.
Got that big pile of bodies to the right on the corner.
We got dismounted infantry and vehicles. Over.
It was an extreme shock to my system. They didn't look human. Then there was the smell. The smell was unlike anything I've smelled before. A mixture of feces, urine, blood, smoke, and something else indescribable.
Now, Bushmaster, we have a van that's approaching and picking up the bodies. Request permission to engage.
Bushmaster 7, Roger. This is Bushmaster 7, Roger, engage.
1-8, engage. Clear. Come on. Clear. Clear left. Oh yeah, look at that, right through the windshield. 208 for Suffolk, we go frequency. This guy just drove over a body. Yeah.
Crying. I hear crying. Not cries of pain, but that of a small child who had just woken up from a horrible nightmare.
Yeah, it looks like we got...
I saw that there was a minivan, and the cries appeared to be coming from it. Myself and another soldier, a 20-year-old private, walked up to the passenger side van and looked inside. The private that I was with reeled back, began to vomit, and quickly ran away. What I saw when I looked in the van was a small girl about 4 years old on the passenger side of the bench seat. She had a severe belly wound and was covered in glass.
Roger, we need to evac this child. She's got a wound to the belly.
The glass was in her hair and also in her eyes. Next to her, half on the floorboard, with his head resting on the seat, was a boy about 7 years old. He wasn't moving, and from the severe wound to the right side of his head, my first thought was that he was dead. In the driver's seat was who I immediately concluded must have been these children's father by the way he was hunched over the children in a protective manner. The whole time thinking, fuck, what the fuck, these are babies.
Hey, I need to get the brass to drop ramps. I got a wounded girl. We need to take the rest of mine.
Oh, it's their fault for bringing their kids to a battle. That's right.
See, my son was born May 31st, 2007. I had yet to see him. And I had a daughter who was barely older than this girl. The medic radioed in that the little girl needed to be evacuated because there was nothing else he can do here. I handed the child to the medic, who then ran the girl to a waiting Bradley armored vehicle. I walked back to the van. I don't know why. I looked inside the van again. Did the boy just move? Holy shit, the boy just moved. I grabbed the boy from the van and held him against my chest. I was screaming at this point, the boy's alive, the boy's alive. I started running to the Bradley in hopes that it wasn't leaving. At this point, the boy looked up at me. Then his eyes rolled back, and my heart sunk. It's okay, I have you. It's going to be okay, don't die, don't die. I squeezed him a little bit tighter. I put him into the Bradley as gently as I could.
Can you tell the battalion that 2 civilian children casualties are coming back to Restamai and the Bradley over? Roger, that's a negative on evacuating the 2 civilian kids to Rusty. They're going to have the IPs will take them to a local hospital, over.
What the fuck are you doing, McCord? It was my platoon leader. You need to quit worrying about these fucking kids and pull security, he screamed. At the time, the only thing I can think of was, Roger that, sir.
Let me start with Iraq. Who can forget the Abu Ghraib prison? This is where America perfected their war crimes. Prisoners were tortured, raped, sodomized and killed. All of this is documented. In fact, it was authorized by the US government. Their Justice Department released a memo before the Iraq war. It's called the Torture Memos. What did this document say? 1, that US officials cannot be charged with war crimes. And 2, that enhanced interrogation techniques can be used on prisoners. What are these enhanced techniques? Basically a clever way of saying torture. And 2 pictures sum up what America did in Abu Ghraib. Here's one of them. The prisoner is made to stand on a box. His head is covered and his fingers are connected to an electric wire. Here's picture number 2. It's even worse. Naked prisoners have been piled on top of each other. Their heads are covered and posing behind them are US soldiers, all smiles. This was standard practice apparently. The CIA regularly clicked naked pictures of their prisoners. The idea was to strip them of all dignity. Many prisoners died during such so-called interrogations. Many are still languishing in so-called US black sites. The people who did this are not soldiers, they're criminals. But the United States continues to protect them. Let me give you an example. In 2005, a US battalion in Iraq was hit by a roadside bomb in a place called Haditha. 1 soldier was killed, 1 soldier. The same day, this battalion marched into a neighborhood. They shot and killed 24 women and children. Do you know what the battalion's leader said? Shoot first, ask questions later. And do you know what his punishment was? 90 days in jail plus a pay cut. A pay cut. That's the punishment for taking 24 innocent lives. Here's another example. This is from 2007. A private security company was escorting a US diplomatic convoy in Baghdad. They say they were ambushed. In response, they killed 17 innocent Iraqi citizens. 4 of the employees were tried and convicted. But in December last year, Donald Trump, then president, pardoned them. So they're free men now. The fact is, America will do anything to protect its war criminals. They will find legal loopholes. They will use their diplomatic power. They will even build a military base on an isolated island to hide their crimes. I'm talking about the infamous Guantanamo Bay Detention Camp, or Gitmo for short. Prisoners say they were tortured with broken glass, strangled with barbed wires, forcefully injected with drugs and repeatedly raped. Remember who's doing this. The supposed human rights champion, the self-proclaimed guardian of freedom. They did the same in Afghanistan. We know the Bagram Air Base is as the crown jewel of the US operation, but that was not always the case. Bagram also houses a detention camp. Prisoners were chained to the ceiling. They were beaten, sexually assaulted and killed. Then you have a list of illegal operations. What's the punishment for such mistakes? Apparently nothing. The Pentagon says no US soldier will be punished. No jail, no demotion, not even pay cuts. And frankly, we should not be surprised. America's drone strikes are among the biggest war crimes in human history. The president orders, the Pentagon pushes a button, and innocent civilians are massacred halfway around the world. Let me show you the numbers. Since 9/11, the US has conducted 100,000 drone strikes. Do you know how many people have they killed? At least 22,000 civilians. The worst estimate is 48,000. Could any other country get away with these crimes? No, they would be sanctioned, at the very least dragged to court. And that's the other issue. The US is yet to join the International Criminal Court, which means the ICC, International Criminal Court, cannot prosecute US soldiers. Then who can? American courts. And we all know how that ends. Even if US courts convict a soldier, their president ends up pardoning him. He becomes a decorated war hero instead of a war criminal. Hollywood makes movies on them. Late night shows interview them. This is the reality of the United States. The American war machine is actually a war crime machine. It's about time someone called them out. US soldiers arrive in foreign lands as messengers of peace and freedom, but they leave as merchants of death and destruction. So if Joe Biden wants to talk democracy and human rights, maybe start with your own military. Join the International Criminal Court. Subject your soldiers to independent probes. Until then, do not take the moral high ground, because the mass graves in Afghanistan, Syria, Libya and Iraq disagree.
The point is that it would be hypocritical of us to say that this is wrong, but the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq and the sanctions on Iran, they are all right. Why? Because we automatically assume that the US and the West are beacons of democracy. But what is the US doing right now which you did not see in your news feed? That did not become the top headline, which wasn't being talked about all over. And this is civilians being killed in US bombing in Syria, right? And I'm holding back the date. Here's the date, 3rd February 2022. This is just last month, beginning of last month. 6 children, 4 women, 13 people killed in special operations launched by US in the Idlib province, right? In Syria, in someone else's country, right? They've gone and bombed these places. So the US is known to be the big brother across the world. But do we have to be hypocrites like that to assume that what the US does is right and what Putin does is wrong? They're both wrong. They're both wrong. But another thing that I want you to see, Israel, our big friend, and we all hold Israelis as our big heroes now, right? What does Israel do in the Palestinian regions, in the Gaza Strip? Here is a list of the number of children killed, Palestinian children killed in Israeli attacks between 1987 and 2022, right? And the source is Bethlehem. This is not an Arab source. This is not something which is critical of Israel. This is a source within Israel. This is run by a Jewish group which wants to end the war. And this is the number of children killed. 2,464 children killed. This is the record by Bethlehem. If you look at Palestinian records, this would be 4 or 5 times higher. Do you see anyone talk about that? Do you talk about that? Is it on your WhatsApp message group? If it's not, and it's happening every single day, and this is just killed, children maimed, injured, that's a very, very high number as well. And I'm only talking about children here. The adults, it's endless. The number of fruit trees cut down, the way in which it has been turned completely barren, the Gaza area, right? Do a little bit of research on Google. Go to YouTube. You'll find a lot of documentaries which don't make the headlines right there for you to watch. And the Western media, and unfortunately our mainstream media, will never tell you these things. And I'm just going to give you an example of how Time magazine reports these wars. When Time magazine reports it, here is Serbia, right? And what it says, bringing the Serbs to heel. And that is Time magazine's, a massive bombing attack opens the door to peace. A massive bombing attack opens the door to peace. That's what Time magazine says. And look at the spin there. A bombing attack is peaceful. And again in Iraq, right? Saddam Hussein, overthrown by the American army, invading army, illegally. He's a sovereign leader of a sovereign nation, supposedly with WMDs. Time, we got him. We got him. This is the Time magazine, right? Respected magazine. What happens when Putin enters Ukraine? The return of history, how Putin shattered Europe's dreams. Now, look at the comparison right there on your screen. Bringing the Serbs to heel, massive bombing campaign, bombing attack opens the door to peace, and on your right is the return to history. A return to history is in some ways an allusion to what happened when Hitler started taking over countries nearby. So this is how it's being reported. Now, this war right now is being led by Putin. It has been created over a period of time because of conditions of conflict between two sides, Russia on the one side and NATO on the other. The victims of it are the Ukrainian people. But remember, when you feel sympathy for the Ukrainian people, which you must, when you feel angry that there's war and you feel worried about war and you want peace, do look into your own heart and say, would you do it again when the Israeli forces kill more Palestinians? Will you do it again when the US bombs and in collateral damage some civilians die in some other poor country?
Let me start with some questions tonight. What was America's war on terror really about? Was it about gunning down terrorists? Or was it about killing civilians and bombing nations to control them? I'm sure you know the answer. I'm sure you've seen many headlines and exposés this year. Tonight we come to you with more proof. The United States is no guardian of human rights. It is guilty of war crimes. Let me show you some headlines from this year. The US drone strike in Kabul was a quote-unquote mistake. An American bomb killed 7 children. The US blamed it on faulty intel. Here's another one. US military concealed Syria airstrike that killed dozens of civilians. It led to one of the largest civilian death tolls in the war. But there was no punishment for the US. And this has become a trend. The United States of America bombs countries at will and gets away with it. That's because nobody is holding them accountable. Neither international agencies nor international media, and certainly not our leaders. So tonight we want to tell you about an American war crime, yet another American war crime. This one is from Syria. What did the US do? They ran a death squad, a secret mission. They ran it for 5 years. This group, the death squad, pounded Syria with more than 100,000 bombs and missiles. 100,000. They killed innocent civilians. How do we know about this? A recent report has exposed this secret strike cell. This group was called Talon Anvil. What is Talon Anvil? That's code name for a secret American military unit. It operated from 2014 to 2019 for 5 whole years. This unit was led by members of the Delta Special Forces. Delta is a special operations force of the US Army. They're elite soldiers. They're said to be the best of the best. So what were they doing with Talon Anvil? They were bombing Syria at will. They bombed whatever they thought was a target. This group was first stationed in Iraq. Then they were moved to northern Syria. The team had less than 20 officers. They worked round the clock and in 3 shifts. This was basically a 24/7 operation. Talon Anvil monitored what was happening on the battlefield. They had giant television screens. That's what they used to monitor action on the battlefield. And whenever they spotted something they thought was suspicious, they ordered a strike. Just like that. No background checks, no effort to verify any tip-offs. You see movement you don't like and you strike. That's how they operated for 5 years. How many bombs and missiles did they drop? 112,000. That's one estimate. 112,000 bombs in 5 years. Who were they hitting? But on the ground, these bombs were killing civilians, farmers, children on the street, families fleeing the war, villagers taking shelter inside buildings. They were all hit. And this went on for 5 years. Let me repeat that. Talon Anvil was killing civilians for 5 years. Did nobody notice? Did nobody object? The answers are yes and yes. Their actions were noticed and there was some protest. Some American pilots flying over Syria opposed Talon Anvil. On some occasions, they refused to drop bombs. Why? Because they were asked to hit quote-unquote questionable targets in densely populated areas. Officers from the CIA also complained. They were worried about what they called a disturbing pattern of strikes. Even within Talon Anvil, some members refused to participate in these airstrikes. But such interventions were few and far between. Also, they were ineffective. Many of these complaints went to top military leaders. What did they do? Reports say they chose to look the other way. Many officers, in fact, believed that civilian deaths were unavoidable. Allow me to quote what one officer told a newspaper off the record. This is what he said. The officer said, and I'm quoting, he he saw so many civilian deaths, he eventually came to accept them as part of the job. The question is, who gave the US this job? To kill civilians in far-off lands and then justify it? Who will hold the US to account for this?
The doctrine of superior responsibility allows for commanders to be held responsible for acts committed by their subordinates.
I was taught in school that the Nazi leaders were all convicted in the Nuremberg trials, that justice was served. But did you know that only 10 Nazis were hanged and only 7 went to jail? That's it. The big Nuremberg trials, only 17 of them? Did you actually think, like I did, they all got what they deserved? Well, think again. They had way too much knowledge. Most of them were welcomed with open arms. NATO, NASA, they all loved them.
With the horrific war in Ukraine escalating and the suffering of Ukrainian people increasing, Hillary Clinton and Tony Blair are advocating for stronger military responses. Should we listen to them? Tony Blair says the West is too timid. Well, maybe for you, mate. You demand that we make up porky pie lies in order to go to war with Iraq, if I remember rightly, and I think I do. So Tony Blair, sir, I'm not even going to say it. Tony Blair has issued a veiled attack on Joe Biden and the West as he criticised the strange tactic of promising not to fight Russia. Bloody hell, that's one of the few things I thought we agreed on, is that you don't want actual combat. Do we agree on that? I don't know. I'm learning sort of slowly about this situation. See what Hillary Clinton's been saying. We need a strong democracy in the United States. Yes, we do, Hillary. Where are the emails? To win the global argument with autocracy. A strong democracy is also a precondition to mobilising the resources necessary to deter aggression and compete economically and militarily. That's a call for more military spending. You see the Clinton Foundation? Just have a little glance at where it gets much of its funding and see if that would affect Hillary Clinton's perspectives on war, which have always been pretty favourable.
So, I mean, that is the land of unconfirmed reports.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
Did it have anything to do with your visit?
No, I'm sure it did.
By contrast, a weak and fractured democracy at home will only embolden our adversaries and invite further aggression. If you ever wonder why people are cynical about Hillary Clinton, look at this sentence again. By contrast, a weak and fractured democracy at home will only embolden our adversaries and invite further aggression. That is code for shut up, toe the line, don't dispute our narrative, because that's a weak and divided democracy. A strong democracy is a democracy where everyone agrees with one another and does exactly what we tell them to do. Caitlin Johnston writes, international law is a meaningless concept when it only applies to people the US power alliance doesn't like. Neither George W. Bush nor Tony Blair are in prison cells at The Hague where international law says they ought to be. I'm not saying that's where they ought to be. Who cares what I say? International law says they should be. Sometimes I can't even fathom that. You know, when people say bang Tony Blair and George W. Bush up, especially new George W. Bush, like doing all the paintings and being mates with Ellen, and we like him now, right? But apparently, according to the old international law that they love so much, bang them up down The Hague. Bush is still painting away from the comfort of his home, issuing proclamations comparing Putin to Hitler and platforming arguments for more interventionism in Ukraine. Blair is still merrily warmongering his charred little heart out, saying NATO should not rule out directly attacking Russian forces in what amounts to a call for a thermonuclear world war. It kind of does, in a way, doesn't it? I mean, I would have thought that these highly educated, highly experienced diplomats and politicians might appreciate some of the complexity and the necessity for a diplomatic solution. When you point out this obvious plot hole in discussions about the legality of Vladimir Putin's invasion, you'll often get accused of whataboutism, which is a noise that empire loyalists like to make when you've just highlighted damning evidence that their government's behaviours entirely invalidate their position on an issue. Obviously something that we've been confronted with, attempts to censor, control, criticise and dismiss the stories that we tell, the opinions that we offer, the questions that we ask. Oh no, well, and again, look how it all toes the line. Now, those of you that believe that there is a centralising globalist conspiracy, like that WEF and Davos are all attempts to create one unifying global voice where everyone plays by the same rules, plays with the same ball, that the big technocratic powers and big tech powers all come together to govern us and make sure that we own nothing and are happy, we'll be interested to hear a statement like, by contrast, weak and fractured democracy at home will embolden our adversaries. That is Hillary Clinton saying we don't have room for multiple voices. We don't have room for dissent. Now, Caitlin Johnston points out that anyone, commentators, journalists like her, or vloggers like us, can't go, oh, that's whataboutism. That's whataboutism. Shut up. Do as you're told. Put your badge on and shut your mouth. This is not whataboutism, it's a direct accusation that is completely devastating to the argument being made because there really is no counter-argument. That's another thing. When there is no counter-argument, they attack you as an individual, or they just try and shut you down. Or they say that you're something, usually something that you're not, in order to shut you down. Or they say, in this case maybe, oh, you don't care about Ukrainian people. Or in the case of the pandemic, you don't care about people dying. I do care about Ukrainian people. I do. I'm telling you, well, if I'm telling you I do, what do you mean? Or I do care about people, but I'm a person. I care about people. Could it be, and here's another alternative theory, is it that you just don't like anybody questioning the outcomes you desire? The Iraq invasion bypassed the laws and protocols for military action laid out in the founding charter of the United Nations. It was only in our founding charter. The current US military occupation of Syria violates international law. Literally happening now. International law only exists to the extent to which the nations of the world are willing and able to enforce it. And because of the US empire's military power, and more importantly, because of its narrative control power, this means international law is only ever enforced with the approval of that empire. Them international laws are only applied when they're in alignment with the agenda of powerful central elite forces. If they're not, they just ignore them. The international law says that Blair and Bush have been hate. It don't matter, it's okay when they do it. The international law says that you don't invade Syria. It's okay when we do it. International law says Russia shouldn't invade Ukraine. Yeah, right, let's get on that one. There's money to be made in that one, that's good. Now, I'm not saying that Russia aren't wrong or Ukrainian people aren't suffering. Of course, they obviously are. Tell me what I can do. And if your only answer when I ask what can I do is, don't offer any counter-narratives. Shut up. Don't talk about it. I remember 2 weeks ago, that was the pandemic, right? Don't talk about it. We just need to get everyone vaccinated. Shut your mouth. The unvaccinated are causing it. Well, where's all that now? This is why the people indicted and detained by the International Criminal Court, ICC, are always from weaker nations, overwhelmingly African. Oh, there's a theme developing. While the USA can get away with actually sanctioning ICC personnel if they so much as talk about investigating American war crimes and suffer no consequences for it whatsoever. It's also why Noam Chomsky famously said that if the Nuremberg laws had continued to be applied with fairness and consistency, then every post-World War II US president would have been hanged. Oh my God, all of them? That's mental. The US continually works to subvert international law enforcement institutions to advance its own interests, which was rejected as a slogan to go under the flag. When the US was seeking UN authorization for the Gulf War in 1991, Yemen dared to vote against it. But it's all alright over in Yemen now, right? After which, a member of the US delegation told Yemen's ambassador, "That's the most expensive vote you ever cast." That's gangster stuff. Yemen lost not just $70 million in US foreign aid, but also a valuable labour contract with Saudi Arabia, and 1 million Yemeni immigrants were sent home by America's Gulf state allies. Fucking hell. They don't like criticism, do they? Oh, we're just worried in case there ain't no weapons of mass destruction, in case that dossier's... Right, get them fucking immigrants out! 70 million contracts, and when Saudi Arabia bomb you, don't come fucking running to us! Simple observation of who is subject to international law enforcement and who is not makes it clear that the very concept of international law is now functionally nothing more than a narrative construct used to bludgeon and undermine governments who disobey the US centralised empire. That's why in the lead up to this confrontation with Russia, we saw a push among empire managers to swap out the term international law with rules-based international order, which can mean anything and is entirely up to the interpretation of the world's dominant power structure. If we say international law, people may point out that we ourselves regularly break international law. Call it something else, something made up and a bit shit and bureaucratic and difficult to understand and dissect. How about rules-based international order? Yeah, that's pretty vague. You can argue with logical consistency that Putin's invasion of Ukraine is wrong and will have disastrous consequences far beyond the bloodshed it has already inflicted. But what you can't do with any logical consistency whatsoever is claim that it is illegal, because there is no authentically enforced framework for such a concept to apply. Right, because I suppose law is about precedent, isn't it? Like you establish the principle and then you use the precedent. That's how like your law over there works. I think our law does over here. You know, so you can't just say, what about Iraq? Oh, well, sorry about that. What about Yemen when you fuck them up? Oh, look, we're not talking about international law. This is a rules-based international order. And what does that mean? What do I fucking say it means? As US law professor Dale Carpenter has said, if citizens cannot trust that laws will be enforced in an even-handed and honest fashion, they cannot be said to live under the rule of law. Instead, they live under the rule of men corrupted by the law. This is all the more true of laws which would exist between nations. Don't you feel sometimes that the rules and regulations and laws are shifting, that the values and principles, one minute this is okay, next minute that's okay, these people can do this, these people can say that, we're meant to be fair over here, but we're not meant to be fair over there. That is no values or principles. If they value and principle means it doesn't change. It doesn't change. With true values and principles, you change in order to fit in with them. You don't change them in order to fit in with you. You don't get to make international law meaningless and then claim that an invasion is illegal. That's not a legitimate thing to do. As long as we're living in a Wild West environment created by a murderous, globe-spanning empire which benefits from it, claims about the legality of foreign invasions are just empty sounds. Joe Biden has publicly said that he wants a new world order and a regime change in Russia. But if you think that he wants a new world order and a regime change in Russia, you're a conspiracy theorist, right? Hello there, you 5.3 million awakening wonders. We continue to journey, don't we, against the odds in spite of the obstacles. You know they want you dumb, don't you, that they need you docile and compliant. You noticed it when you was at school. You've seen it your whole life. It continues still. The endless bombardment of muddying information. A little while ago on the telly or whatever, Joe Biden goes, I want a new world order. And he also said, I want a regime change in Russia. And the mainstream media, those guys, the corporate media, the legacy media, you use your phrase, let me know in the comments what you prefer, said, the conspiracy theorists, just because Joe Biden's saying he wants a new world order and a regime change, they're thinking he wants a regime change and a new world order. I mean, it's not as if America has a long, rich history of changing regimes and trying to establish a new world order, is it? Joe Biden either said those things by mistake, or he said them because they're sort of on his mind, and that the way you sort of, if you've like just ate a donut, you might say, oh, this is a sweet situation with a hole in the middle of it. It might be in the middle of your mind. I don't know how the human brain works. Now, shall we have a little look at Joe Biden?
We are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, in the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations.
God, Joe Biden's a bit boring, isn't he? It's quite hard to watch, isn't it? I'm really trying to concentrate, but I've got that feeling you know when someone boring starts talking to you, you think, oh shit, oh no, they're not going to stop. You sort of have to sort of steel yourself, like organise your face. What face shall I do while this boring person talks? But inside you're thinking, shut up! This is boring. Are you being deliberately boring? Are you trying to bore the life right out of me? I'm not being critical of him because he's old and that. Old people, who don't love an old person? I'm saying that he's making geopolitics and a potential world war seem like a really tiresome thing, like he's describing something that happened to him in a bowling alley in 1950. Oh, then I reckon 8 of the pins went down. Oh, shut up!
And now's the time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there.
Oh, what? Hang about.
There's going to be a new world order out there.
Ixnay on the new world order, nay! Ixnay on the new world order! other. So the first thing they'll do is try to hit you on the head with a conspiracy theorist hammer. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're saying stuff. You're saying stuff that's not on proper news. Shut up, conspiracy theorist. And then, like, if that don't work, if you go, no, actually, this is not conspiracy theorist, I can rationally explain to you exactly what I mean. Ah, well, you don't care about Ukrainian people, do you? What about Ukrainian people? I do care about Ukrainian people. I'm just actually trying to understand this situation using information outside of the sources issued to me by people that possibly benefit from a sustained state of war globally, continually. As Glenn Greenwald said, the things that are tragic about the war in Ukraine are common to all wars. It's terrible that people are suffering. It's terrible that a refugee crisis is being induced. This is true of all wars, even wars that overtly, financially and politically benefit sanctioned nations.
We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principles, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Capping a series of diplomatic summits in Europe, Mr. Biden delivered a speech on Saturday in Poland about the war in Ukraine, and apparently ad-libbed remark at the conclusion of his address, "For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power," quickly eclipsed the rest of his speech. Ad-libbed. It's not Miles Davis. Ad-lib it may well have been, but it's an ad-lib that is somewhat in keeping with American foreign policy in the last 50, 60 years or so. Administration officials and lawmakers stressed that the United States was not seeking regime change in Russia. We do not have a strategy of regime change in Russia, or anywhere else for that matter. Regime change in Russia? No, I mean, over in Yemen. I mean, nowhere. In Syria. No, we don't do regime change. What does that even mean? I've never even heard that phrase. Regime change. Oh yeah, no, we wouldn't do that, said Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken. The remarks were the most explicit yet from the US president that he sees no future for Putin as Russia's head of state. What is exactly the aim? Asked former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis in an interview. Is it regime change in Russia? Well, whenever the United States tried regime change, it didn't turn out very well and has never been tried with a nuclear power. The fact is that when a president says something about regime change, it's not a ludicrous and outrageous tangent that he's exploring, some mad riff like James Joyce on a stream of consciousness. He's talking about stuff that happens all the time. Look, if you're not questioning the US agenda, then I don't think you know how to ask questions. If you're just blindly accepting what you're being told, this is a humanitarian issue for Ukrainian people. What about all the other times in the past when we found out that there was like some mineral or resource thing? Yeah, no, I've changed since then. I was nuts then, but now, no, I've really got myself together. Now, this is not saying that Ukrainian people aren't suffering. Obviously they are. That's not saying that Russia haven't got their own mendacious oligarchical agenda. Obviously they do have. I'm not like, oh, Russia's a great country. I presume Russia, like all powerful nations, is run by people that are corrupt. That would be my assumption. A US president who, during an atrocious war, does not mean what he says on matters of war and peace and must be corrected by his hyperventilating staff, said Varoufakis, is a clear and present danger to all. Now, a lot of people have said that about Biden for a while, haven't they? Sometimes it seemed a little bit mean, but there he is out there. Now that's become his excuse. What they denied. No, what this guy? He's clear as a bell. He may be old, but he knows what's going on. Hey, I'm going to do a regime change. It's a new world order. Oh, fucking hell, he's nuts, this geezer. You see how old he is? Comes bath time, give him a blanket. You don't listen to him. We won't even let him use the remote control. Why, what's on? What's this do? Get rid of Putin. Hunter, give me your laptop. You naughty boy. Talking of conspiracy theories, here are some conspiracy theories that actually happened. US intervention. Let's just list them. Between 1947 and 1989, the United States tried to change other nations' governments 72 times. I mean, if you do anything 72 times, if it was like goals scored from free kicks or 3-pointers scored in basketball, you'd say, well done. It includes 66 covert operations and 6 overt ones. Well, it's more than a hobby, isn't it? Also, by the way, it's not a right-wing thing or a left-wing thing, is it? Because you've had, over that course of time, you've had everyone have a little go. And what I can test is there ain't no bloody real difference. Most US secret wars were against other democratic states. What he's saying in his speech and the bits we're meant to take seriously, not that bit's good, no, he meant that bit, no, he didn't mean that bit, oh, that was a fart, he didn't mean that bit. Then the main thrust was, we're going to do democracy, we're going to have a big lightning democracy show, right? Well, they were doing secret wars against democratic states, so is it right or is it wrong? Haven't you noticed that these days? The peculiar elasticity and then sudden rigidity of morality. Morality can go, we're allowed to do this now. You mustn't say that. You mustn't say that. That was wrong. Like, what is it then? No one's got any principles. No one's got any actual values. Globally, there were 117 partisan electoral interventions between 1946 and 2000. The majority of these, almost 70% of them, were by the US. 21 such interventions took place between 1990 and 2000, of which 18 were by the US. They're the Beatles of interventions. 60 different independent countries have been the targets of such interventions. 2/3 of interventions were done in secret, with voters having no idea that foreign powers were actively trying to influence the results. Now, I don't know what that is, a conspiracy theory or what, but it don't sound like democracy, does it? Our friend Caitlin Johnston, the great writer, says, all the self-righteous posturing by the Western political media class about the need to pour weapons into Ukraine is not really about saving Ukrainian lives. Only negotiating a ceasefire can do that. That makes sense, doesn't it? But about seizing this golden opportunity to hurt Russia's geostrategic interests as much as possible. Oh, conspiracy theory. Ukraine on its own is powerless to stop Russia from taking Kiev, no matter how many weapons are sent, but those weapons can be used to fight a long, bloody insurgency, which costs many more lives, keeps Moscow militarily preoccupied and hemorrhaging money, and ultimately hurts Putin's popularity at home. This by itself will do a great deal to advance US interests, but on top of that, you've got the even greater benefit of manufacturing international consent for unprecedented acts of economic warfare against the entire nation of Russia, as well as killing Nord Stream 2 and rallying immense support for NATO and the imperial military intelligence machine. The Western world is now united front against the menace of Vladimir Putin, in much the same way it united against the threat of global terrorism after 9/11, and we're probably only seeing the beginning of the agendas that this will be used to roll out. We can expect these agendas to be used in an attempt to impoverish, undermine, agitate, and ultimately collapse and balkanize Russia. This would leave China standing alone without its nuclear superpower guard bear, and much more vulnerable to imperial operations geared toward thwarting the emergence of a true multipolar world, a goal US imperialists have had in writing for 3 decades. That sounds a bit like a kind of New World Order, doesn't it? And it doesn't sound ridiculous and implausible when you break it down like that. If Caitlin Johnston were a lawyer and we were looking for motivation, the balkanization, the breaking down of Russia, the removal of that threat, the prevention of a multipolar world, and the possibility of a centralized force that built up of American-sponsored institutions, agencies, non-government organizations, and large corporations are now free to maraud across the world in pursuit of their interests without any counter-narrative or threat. Now, that, to me, isn't like something you can definitely prove, but it's not a wacky conspiracy theorist, is it? Not when you remind yourself, between 1947 and 1989, the United States tried to change other nations' governments 72 times. Yeah, but 73, we would never do that. It includes 66 covert operations, so most of the time, they didn't tell you. Only 6 times. Like, look at the headlines again. New World Order jumped on by conspiracy theorists. Oh, where's your tinfoil hat? Well, where my tinfoil hat is over there. Here are my files of times where this happened again and again and again in the past. And attempting to understand American foreign policy does not exonerate Russians' actions in Ukraine. And the reason we're not talking about that particularly is because that's already on the news. You can watch that stuff whenever you want. It's a tragic, awful, terrible situation. But what it isn't is a passport to not discussing the complex realities, the historical global narratives, for which there's considerable evidence. And I think ignoring that would not make you like, I don't know, some patriot of kindness, but a sort of idiot. No meaningful diplomatic effort is being made by Washington to end the violence. Ukrainian lives are being spent like pennies to facilitate the agenda of US planetary domination by whipping up international support for the strangulation of Russia, while pouring vast fortunes into the military-industrial complex rather than taking even the tiniest step toward de-escalation and diplomacy.
Do we forget the lies that justified the conquest of Iraq and disguised America's plans to dominate all the world? Do we forget that the British government has announced, for the first time, that it's prepared to launch an attack with nuclear weapons, echoing yet again George Bush? And do we accept a distortion of intellect and morality that empties noble words like democracy and liberation of their true meaning, that says it's wrong for a terrorist to kill innocent people, but right for governments to commit the same crimes in our name? The answer is that we need not accept any of this if we recognize that there are now 2 superpowers. One is the regime in Washington, the other is public opinion, now stirring all over the world, perhaps as never before. Make no mistake, it's an epic struggle. The alternative is not just the conquest of faraway countries, it's the conquest of us, of our minds, our humanity, and our self-respect. If we remain silent, victory over us is assured.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted.
SIPRI has published a new report on global weapons trade. SIPRI is short for Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI. They analyze military expenditure, basically who bought what. Their new report covers 5 years, from 2017 to 2021. The biggest takeaway is this: Europe is the new hotspot for weapons. Let me show you the numbers. In 5 years, the global weapons market shrank 5%, but Europe imported 19% more weapons. What explains this rise? According to SIPRI, Russia. That's the explanation, Russia. Who benefited from this arms race? The United States, their defense industry. In 2017, they made up 32% of global weapons supply. In 2021, 39%. What does the story tell you? That America is making money off this arms race. The war may have started in 2022, but the preparations began 5 years back.
With calls for military escalation in Ukraine on the rise, whether through supply of arms or establishment of a no-fly zone, we ask, are we sure that this is the right way to go? And are we certain that no one is going to profit from it? Prior to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the levying of numerous sanctions on Russia by the US, members of Congress purchased defence and energy stocks. Does your heart sink when you hear that? Do you not think I too want to believe that we are governed by people that have our best interests at heart? I really do. I'd love to believe that mummy and daddy are out there running the country with our best interests at heart, thinking only, how can we serve people? But if you do believe that still, how do you incorporate this into that understanding? Prior to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the levying of numerous sanctions on Russia by the US, members of Congress purchased defence and energy stocks. So I'm assuming, without having yet read this story, that there was unusual or increased activity around the purchase of stocks pertaining to defence and energy. I guess this is a deduction that would need to be underwritten by evidence, but circumstantially it looks like they invested because they knew it was going to happen. That shows that in addition to being members of Congress, they are interested in their personal financial future. That shows that in a very micro and observable way, people in government make decisions that benefit their personal lives and their personal outcomes. I guess we all do that in our own ways, but we ain't all in the government, are we? Many are on committees privy to private information, including defence and energy. Okay, so they've got private information, then they make those purchases. A bit more of a case builds. That was tweeted by Unusual Wales. Many had not purchased energy plays before. So either they made a calculated decision based on private information that they were privy to because they're members of the government and particular committees charged with making decisions about military action, and they thought, oh wow, I'll make some stock purchases. Or it could be, do you know what I've never done before, but really fancy doing? Go on, what is it? Governing with integrity and honesty and transparency. Oh, no. It's actually purchasing some military stocks and some energy stocks. With a 45-day window to disclose stock transactions, there's still a chance that more unusual trades prior to the sanctions and Russia's invasion are reported by members of Congress. Roll up, get your business in where you can. 45 days now to war. Terrible, terrible war. Stand with Ukraine, stand with Ukraine. Roll up, stand with Ukraine. Roll up. Plenty of money to be made in Congress. According to economist Robert Reich, conspiracy theorist Robert Reich, 51 members of Congress and their spouses, dependent child, own up to $5.8 million worth of defence contractor stocks. Do you think that should be banned? If they put it before you, as the public, election time, vote on whether or not you want the people that make decisions about whether or not to go to war to benefit in the event that we go to war. No, I'm against that. All right, we won't do that then. Is that a conspiracy theory to present you with the idea that that might be good governance? American-made Javelin and Stinger missiles are heading to Ukraine. At least 18 members of Congress personally invest in the defence contractors behind them, including Raytheon Technologies and Lockheed Martin, which manufacture the weapons Western allies are sending Ukraine to fight Russian invaders. Tell me, is it possible to say that you're against Russian action in Ukraine, that you sympathise with Ukrainian people and think that their suffering is horrific and should be ended as quickly as possible, but also point out that 18 members of Congress personally invest in the defence contractors, Raytheon Technologies and Lockheed Martin, and that troubles you? Or does that make you a conspiracy theorist? I'm confused now. I'm confused about where the conspiracy is, because I would think it's more conspiratorial to support military action that you personally profit from than it is to say, I'm concerned about that, and I think that what that does is complicates an already complicated situation. The stock holdings by members of Congress come as the US is preparing to send billions of dollars in defence aid to Ukraine. Now, you might say, oh, it's defence aid, no one's profiting from it, Ukraine aren't paying for it. It's paid for by defence aid. The defence aid, I'm assuming, is some kind of tax fund. You paid for it. American people paid for it. The government don't have any money. The government ain't got a car wash where they're out back washing cars. Yeah, we've saved up, we'll send that. You know where they make their money. They make your money, then they make their money. What I'm not saying here is that we shouldn't give weapons to Ukraine. That's a really complicated decision to make, and look at the card again. I'd need time and I'd need good advice. What I will say is that it's wrong to profit from it. Both companies' stock, especially that of Lockheed Martin, have risen since Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. What a coincidence. Among those investing in the defence contractors is Republican Rep Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who bought up to $15,000 in Lockheed Martin shares on February the 22nd. 2 days after her purchase, Greene wrote in a Twitter thread, "War is big business to our leaders." It's weird, isn't it? Because, didn't you feel bad anyway investing in Lockheed Martin? You must feel a little bit of a pang of, oh God, my profits are only really going to go up if Lockheed's business interests improve, and that'll only happen if there's military conflict. If you are in Congress, I feel there's an extra layer, isn't there? Because they stand there, the flags, the oaths, I think a Bible's involved. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff goes on about you've got to do the right thing. What all them oaths and flags mean is that you've got an identity transcendent of your personal interest. That's the whole point of it. That's what uniforms mean. That's why a judge puts on a robe and a wig. I'm not an individual. I'm operating on behalf of justice. It's not just stupid that they wear a wig or a robe or whatever. It's to indicate to you that there are principles that are transcendent of normal personal interest. That there are things beyond, oh, I want money, I want pleasure. There are things beyond that. That's what all of the Bibles and the flags and all that stuff and the Constitution and the values and the principles, that's what it means. And if those things aren't real, let's not pretend that they are, because otherwise people will find ways of analysing it and discussing it, and then you'll have to shut all that down. And that's the system we've got, isn't it? Because we haven't got any values and principles, we have to oppose anyone and stop them pointing it out. We could do two things. One, we could start having values and principles. Or we could just shut down anyone who points out that we haven't. Oh yeah, that one, shut down. But we'd have to say something first, like they're conspiracy theorists. No problem. Say that then. More than a dozen other members of Congress or their families hold similar investments at a time when President Joe Biden approved a $350 million Ukraine military aid package last week. And then they sell that as aid. That's how they sell that, aid. And I hope it is aid. I don't know enough, obviously, about international politics to know whether the outcome of that aid package will be positive or not. And like you, I'm sure, I pray that it is positive. But what I'd like to know for certain, because there are so many things that are vague and complex, The things that are certain we should take care of. And I am certain that I don't want people that make laws to profit from those laws. I don't want people that vote for wars to profit from those wars. The US government is also poised to deliver another $6.5 billion for defence purposes in Ukraine as part of a new spending package. Now, if you bear in mind that thing that Julian Assange, who I believe was treated very fairly by the American government and is currently decaying in a jail in Belmarsh without having proper trials. As he said pertaining to the Afghanistan conflict, the function of government is to transfer public money into private hands. The Afghanistan war ain't meant to be short, it's meant to be long. The most challenging thing about talking about this subject, and believe me, I appreciate how difficult it is because I'm literally trying to do it right now, is my own awareness of the suffering of Ukrainian people, the horror of being victims to a war. Ordinary people who haven't done anything wrong are suffering. What scares me is the possibility that, like in the past, this legitimate problem that should be solved, that I would love to see solved, that you would love to be solved, could be used as a kind of lubricant to facilitate profit for people and institutions that have done things like that before Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. That's what worries me. We're not having a conversation about whether or not we should do everything in our power to help Ukrainian people. We are having a conversation about whether or not the governments are actually pursuing that end, whether or not the mainstream media are actually pursuing that end. And when coming to those conclusions, I invite you to look at the available evidence, to look at how they've behaved in the past. As with the pandemic, which by the way no one talks about anymore, the question remains the same. Yes, clearly there's a problem that's being resolved. Are we sure we trust the agenda of the people charged with solving it? The list of lawmakers that have stocks in Raytheon or Lockheed Martin or other defence contractors includes Senator John Hickenlooper, a Democrat of Colorado. He held between $100,000 and $250,000 in Raytheon shares, according to his most recent annual disclosure. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a Democrat of Rhode Island, held up to $50,000 in Lockheed Martin and between $50,000 and $100,000 of stock in United Technologies, which was acquired by Raytheon. Abigail Perman Blunt, the wife of retiring Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri, held between $100,000 and $250,000 in Lockheed Martin shares. During 2021, Raytheon spent nearly $15.4 million on federal lobbying efforts, while Lockheed Martin spent more than $14.4 million, according to federal records compiled by Open Secrets. Now, because the law requires that this information is to a degree transparent, what is necessary is control of the narrative to such an extent that a kind of delirium takes hold. Because otherwise, you might start to form an impression that companies spend a load of money on lobbying. During those conversations and the process of lobbying, the Congress folk and senators acquire information and go, by God, these guys are going to do well. I might invest a little bit of my own money into that stuff, particularly as I know the kind of decisions that are being made on a military international level that could potentially profit these organisations. And if you start to form that kind of impression, it's difficult to trust your government. Instead of addressing the problem of why people don't trust their government, they address the problem of people raising the question of people not trusting their government. The problem is not the question, the problem is the fact. The tragic reality is that the escalation by the US and NATO will not achieve that, certainly not without grave costs, and could lead to an even worse catastrophe for Ukrainian civilians, if not a wider global conflict. In that case, the only beneficiaries will be those who are now winning the war in Ukraine, the weapons manufacturers and arms dealers.
Поспешного, в чем-то и самоуверенного выбора, сделанного элитами некоторых государств, четверть века назад. Тогда, на рубеже 80-х, 90-х годов, был шанс не просто ускорить процессы глобализации, а придать им качественно иной, гармоничный, устойчивый характер. Однако, посчитав себя победителями в холодной войне, не посчитав, прямо мы слышали, прямо рассуждая об этом, некоторые страны предпочли просто начать перелицовывать мировой политический и экономический порядок под себя, под свои интересы. Находясь в явной эйфории, они, по сути, отказались от содержательного, равноправного
диалога с другими участниками международной жизни. Предпочли не создавать и не совершенствовать универсальные институты, а попытались распространить на весь мир действия своих собственных структур, норм и правил. Пошли, по сути, по пути глобализации и безопасности для себя любимых, для избранных, а не для всех. Оказалось, что далеко не все с этим согласны. Но что греха таить, мы с вами прекрасно знаем и понимаем, многие были не согласны, но кто-то уже не мог этому противостоять, а кто-то еще не был к этому готов. Но в результате, тем не менее, система международных отношений постоянно лихорадит. Глобальная экономика не может выйти из системного кризиса. При этом принципы и правила, как в политике, так и в экономике, постоянно перетасовываются. Зачастую выворачивается наизнанку то, что совсем недавно считалось истиной, возводилось в догму. Если сегодня сильным мира сего выгодны какие-то стандарты или нормы, они заставляют подчиняться им и всех остальных. Но если завтра такие стандарты начинают мешать, их немедленно отправляют в корзину и объявляют устаревшими. И устанавливают новые правила, или пытаются это сделать. Так было принято решение о нанесении ракетно-бомбовых ударов в центре Европы по Белграду, по Ираку, затем по Ливии, да, и, собственно говоря, в Афганистане эта операция началась без соответствующего решения Совета Безопасности Организации Объединенных Наций. Стремясь изменить в свою пользу стратегический баланс, сломали и международно-правовой режим, запрещавший развертывание новых систем противоракетной обороны. Создали и накачали оружием террористические группировки, жестокость которых толкает миллионы людей к бегству, к переселению, к миграции, а целые регионы ввергает в хаос. Мы видим, как жертвуют свободой торговли и используют так называемые санкции для политического давления. В обход Всемирной торговой организации пытаются формировать закрытые экономические альянсы с жесткими правилами и барьерами, где главные выгодоприобретатели – свои транснациональные корпорации. Почему это происходит, мы тоже знаем. Не удается решить в рамках ВТО накопившиеся проблемы. Значит, в стороночку отодвинем все эти правила и саму организацию и создадим новые. Это вот именно то, о чем я только что сказал. При этом мы не видим желания некоторых наших партнеров решать реальные международные проблемы, созданные еще во время холодной войны и пережившие явно свой век структуры. Ну, такие, например, как НАТО. И несмотря на все разговоры о необходимости адаптации к новым условиям, никакой реальной адаптации к новым условиям не происходит. А такой важный механизм обеспечения общеевропейской, да, и трансатлантической безопасности, как ОБСЕ, постоянно пытаются превратить в инструмент обслуживания чьих-то внешнеполитических интересов. И в результате этот важнейший инструмент работает в холостую. При этом постоянно штампуются угрозы вымышленные, мифические, вроде пресловутой российской военной угрозы. Действительно, это прибыльное занятие. Можно новые военные бюджеты выбивать в своих собственных странах, нагибать союзников под интересы одной сверхдержавы, расширить НАТО, приблизить инфраструктуру Альянса, боевые подразделения, новую технику к нашим границам. Конечно, очень приятно, а подчас и выгодно выдавать себя за защитников цивилизации от каких-то новых варваров. Однако дело в том, что Россия-то ни на кого нападать не собирается. Да и смешно это. Я ведь тоже читаю и ваши аналитические материалы. Но не только присутствующих здесь в зале, но аналитиков из тех же Соединенных Штатов, из Европы. Ну, немыслимо просто, глупо и нереалистично. В одной Европе там 300 миллионов, все члены НАТО. В США общее число стран, численность населения страны – это 600 миллионов человек, наверное. В России 146 миллионов все сейчас. Ну, просто смешно об этом даже говорить. Нет. Это все равно используется для достижения своих своих целей политических. К числу мифических, придуманных проблем относится и развернутая в США истерия, по-другому я не могу сказать, по поводу влияния России на ход нынешних выборов американского президента. Казалось бы, в Америке действительно множество острых, действительно насущных проблем. От колоссального государственного долга до роста насилия с применением огнестрельного оружия и фактов полицейского произвола. И, наверное, в ходе выборов разговор должен был бы идти именно об этом, о других нерешенных проблемах. Но, видимо, сказать элите особенно нечего, нечем общество успокоить. Поэтому куда проще отвлечь внимание людей на российских так называемых хакеров, шпионов, агентов влияния и так далее и тому подобное. Я вот хочу задаться вопросом, и вам этот вопрос задать. Неужели кто-то всерьез думает, что Россия может как-то повлиять на выбор американского народа? Америка что, это какая-то банановая страна, что ли? Америка – это великая держава. Если я не прав, поправьте меня, пожалуйста. Возникает вопрос, если дальше все будет развиваться в таком русле, что ждет мир? Каким он будет завтра? Если ответы на вопросы, как обеспечить стабильность, безопасность, устойчивость экономического роста, как повысить благосостояние людей, как это не печально признать, никакого консенсуса на этот счет в мире нет. Не знаю, может быть, в ходе состоявшихся дискуссий вы пришли к такому общему выводу. Мне было бы, конечно, интересно об этом услышать. Но существует совершенно точно дефицит стратегии и идеологии будущего. Это создает атмосферу неуверенности, которая прямо влияет на общественные настроения. Социологические исследования, проводимые по всей планете, показывают, что жителям разных стран и континентов будущее, к огромному нашему сожалению, чаще всего кажется смутным и мрачным. Будущее не зовет, оно пугает. При этом люди не видят реальных возможностей и механизмов что-либо изменить, как-то повлиять на ход событий, на выбор политики. Да, формально все атрибуты демократии в современных странах налицо. Выборы, свобода слова, доступ к информации, право выражать свое мнение. Однако даже в так называемых развитых демократиях у большинства граждан нет реального влияния на политические процессы. Нет прямого реального влияния на власть. Граждане чувствуют, что их интересы и представления элит о единственно правильном курсе, который эти элиты выбирают, все чаще и больше расходятся между собой. Как следствие, референдумы, выборы все чаще преподносят сюрпризы. Сюрпризы для власти. Люди голосуют совсем не так, как им советовали официальные, респектабельные средства массовой информации. И не так, как это рекомендуют так называемые системные партии. А общественные движения, которые еще совсем недавно считались слишком левыми или слишком правыми, выходят на авансцену, оттесняя политических тяжеловесов. Сперва такие неудобные результаты поспешили объявить некой аномалией, случайностью. Когда они стали повторяться, заговорили о том, что общество не понимает тех, кто находится на Олимпе власти. Не доросло до того, чтобы оценить устремление властных структур, заботу о народном благе, а то и вовсе доходят до истерики, мол, это следствие зарубежной, как правило, российской пропаганды. Да, я вам скажу, уважаемые друзья и коллеги, хотелось бы мне иметь такую пропагандистскую машину в России. Но это, к сожалению, не так. У нас нет таких глобальных средств массовой информации, как CNN, BBC и некоторые другие. У нас таких возможностей пока нет. Что касается тезиса о торжестве маргиналов, популистов над здравомыслящим, трезвым, ответственным меньшинством, то дело, конечно, и не в популистах, и же с ними. А дело в том, что простые люди, рядовые граждане, перестают доверять правящему классу. Вот в чем проблема.
Кстати, политическая повестка и так уже выхолощена. Выборы перестают быть инструментом перемен, а сводятся к скандалам, к обсуждению компроматов, простите меня, к обсуждению того, кто кого за что ущипнул, кто с кем спит. Но это просто переходит всякие границы. Да и, честно говоря, вот если посмотреть на программы кандидатов различных, то такое впечатление, что они вообще скроены по одним и тем же лекалам. Разница-то небольшая. Или ее вообще по сути нет. Элиты словно не замечают углубляющегося расслоения в обществе и размывания среднего класса. И при этом насаждают идеологические модели, которые, на мой взгляд, разрушают культурную, национальную идентичность. А в некоторых случаях, в некоторых странах и жертвуют национальными интересами, отказываются от суверенитета в обмен на благосклонность сюзерена. Резонно возникает вопрос, так кто же в самом деле маргинален? Расширяющийся класс наднациональной олигархии и бюрократии, часто фактически неизбираемый и неконтролируемым обществом, или большинство граждан, которые хотят, в общем-то, простых и понятных вещей, стабильности, свободного развития своих стран, жизненных перспектив для себя и своих детей, сохранения своего культурного лица, а главное, элементарной безопасности для себя и своих близких.
Not often mentioned, however, is that this small country has 5% of the Earth's natural and mineral resources, including coal, oil and natural gas, the second most in Europe, lithium for batteries, iron ore for industry, titanium, 20% of proven world reserves for aerospace, and gallium, second most in world for electronics. Ukraine is also incredibly rich agriculturally. First in Europe in arable land and 25% of the world's volume of black soil capable of meeting the food needs of 600 million people. This is more than a political war, it's a resource war. It certainly sounds like it because that is a staggering amount of resources. Two things you could say as a result of that knowledge is one, Russia's invasion is likely in part motivated by a desire to control those resources. And possibly, and forgive me if this sounds cynical, the Western response could in part be motivated by some of those resources. There are established relationships between senior officials and even in some cases members of government and Ukrainian energy companies. So it's not absurd to suggest that this could be part of the complex package. And I've got to say, to bring that up doesn't make you unsympathetic to Ukrainian people. It makes you aware of the complexity. Explaining is not condoning. US military contractors, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, can you go one day without hearing about those guys and their skullduggery? Are telling their investors the tensions are good for business, while General Dynamics corporations boasts that past such disputes have expanded their bottom line. That is almost the definition of a problem inherent within a system. When a system benefits from war, might the system be biased in favour of war? The military-industrial empire, which includes military contractors, prefers perpetual conflict, if not wars, over diplomacy and peace, and will continue to use their so-called constitutional rights to literally weaponize any tensions and conflicts by calling for more arms sales and transfers and construction/maintenance of 750 bases and installations in more than 80 countries and territories. So what I suppose you'd have to believe is the fact that these powerful military-industrial complex organisations are getting what they want is just a coincidence. And the money they spend on lobbying and the money certain Congress people spend investing in those companies, that's all just a coincidence. And if you point out all these coincidences, and there's a hell of a lot of them, then you are the conspiracy theorist, not them conspiring, breathing together, operating cooperatively to create desired outcomes. That's not a conspiracy. The conspiracy theorists are the people that go, hey, wait a minute, do you think there could be any other objectives at play here other than the desirable righteous outcome for the good people of Ukraine? Because, you know, just the involvement of Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Congress people who invested stocks, you don't not worry about any of that? No? the ones asking the questions, are the conspiracy theorists. How do you feel about that? Hit me up in the comments below.
Так называемый коллективный Запад и его пятая колонна привыкли мерить все и всех по себе. Они полагают, что все продается и все покупается. И потому думают, что мы надломимся, отступим. Но они плохо знают нашу историю, наш народ. Да, многие страны в мире смирились давно уже с тем, чтобы жить, согнув спину и подобострастно принимая все решения своего суверена, заглядывая подобострастно ему в глаза. Так живут многие страны, к сожалению, и в Европе. Но Россия никогда не будет в таком жалком и униженном состоянии. И борьба, которую мы ведем, это борьба за наш суверенитет, за будущее нашей страны и наших детей. Мы будем сражаться за право быть и оставаться Россией.
It's pretty clear that we're going to have to debug and de-school ourselves from some pretty deep conditioning. For me, it seems almost automatic to feel a patriotic lunge in my belly. Oh no, I'm supposed to like this. I think of the movies we've watched, the feelings that we've felt, the natural affinity that we feel as tribally evolved animals. But the people that are actually behind these wars, they don't feel any of that. They're not like, we've got to go to war, we've got to, because of the flag, because of the eagle, because of the coastline and Mount Rushmore. All these people benefit from it financially or in some other tangential way. The obligation then is ours to decode ourselves, to open our minds, to free ourselves, because there is a family, there is an affinity, there is a tribe, there is an awakening happening, but we will never experience it if we allow ourselves to be as marionettes tied to their malevolent objectives. And it's becoming very clear what those objectives are. Empires, as Reinhold Niebuhr observed, eventually destroy themselves in the effort to prove that they are indestructible. The self-delusion of military invincibility is the scourge that brought down the American empire as it brought down past empires. Part of me feels a little bit sad here in that, because there's a bit of me that sort of loves America and doesn't want to contemplate the end of the American empire. But actually, who did that empire serve? And I mean, I'm speaking to you as Americans as well. You? Or did it serve a set of institutions and corporate interests, and you were merely the fodder that passed through the machine in order that they could facilitate their own gains? We may salute the flags and feel patriotism for the eagle or the lion, but they don't care about that. It's pretty clear from this what they care about. In a sense, this geopolitical analysis of entrenched American challenges points once more to the necessity for us as individuals to begin to look at different ways of living. The world is shifting and altering, even if those economic and cultural models once may have been of comfort to us. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is so historically complex that there is no clear, simple political solution. Or is there?
I'm not supporting of Russian military action, and I do think there has to be a peace process, and there has to be a process of demilitarization of the Ukraine and sticking to the original non-nuclear agreement. But I'd also say this, the hypocrisy of the West is unbelievable on this. Where was the legality in the war in Iraq? Where was the legality of so many of the other interventions that have been made elsewhere? And if one reads very carefully what all the Ukrainian forces are saying, yes, there is a very nasty far-right force in Ukraine at the present time, which is part of the government. There is also a more liberal grouping in the Ukraine. There is also a very large Russian grouping in the Ukraine who obviously have some loyalties towards Russia. Does the Ukraine break up? That's a matter for the Ukrainian people. But the idea that we should move the whole thing in rhetoric towards some kind of military war against Russia seems to me an absolute disaster. I think the wider issue is that the EU has got very close to NATO. NATO has been pushing very hard to expand eastwards. Inevitably, Russia is going to get very nervous if NATO sets up bases all around its borders. That in turn encourages Russian militarism. Can't we go back to the point where Ukraine was a nuclear-free country and start to demilitarize and de-escalate the situation and allow a proper debate, much longer than a week, for people to decide their own future in the Ukraine. And it seems to me there's a terrible danger of a rush to a combination of an economic and a military war, and goodness knows what the consequence of that will be. I'm quite alarmed by the way in which the NATO General Secretary seems to be ramping up the ante all the time. It's not his job to go around promoting wars. He's meant to be answerable to a number of different governments. He appears to be behaving as though he's some free agent who could say and do what he likes and develop this very, very dangerous scenario. Ukraine has been the war ground of Europe for 2 centuries. Millions have died in Ukraine from famine, from war, from occupation and from disasters. Let's not visit that upon them again. Let's try and de-escalate, demilitarize and bring about some kind of dialogue and peace process which will guarantee a peaceful future for those people and for Europe. I'm not sure that the Russian people, having lost so many in Afghanistan in the past, want to see Russian lives lost in the Ukraine any more than people in this country want to see us going into some ludicrous, futile war. Let's start from the point of a political settlement, not start from the point of building up armed forces, moving fighter jets to Poland, mobilising the fleet and all these kind of things, negotiate through. And secondly, last point, the West has no moral authority whatsoever to lecture on this. After drone strikes, after Iraq, after so many other internal coups and conflicts around the world, surely hand the thing back to the UN to try to bring about some kind of peace process and de-escalate the rhetoric which is in danger of plunging us into a catastrophic war with nuclear implications.
Thank you. Now, I had Yanis Varoufakis, former leader of Syriza, on my podcast Under the Skin, a Luminary original. The full podcast will be available to you on March the 12th. I asked him to break down for me, as a politician, as a person who sat before the EU, as a person who's seen firsthand the nature of corruption that goes on in the elite rarefied areas of geopolitics, what he thought was the solution to this complex problem. You'll really enjoy hearing him talk about it, because for me he captures some of the moral priorities and some of the political solutions, i.e. emphasis always being with Ukrainian people and the challenge they're facing as an invaded nation, but how we can best understand the history and what possible solutions might be available and the nature of compromise. I think sometimes, I know I do this in my private life, and I bet I do it in the abstract when I'm thinking about stuff that I can't even directly affect. I hold on to the idea of perfection when holding on to perfection actually is preventing a solution. I wonder if you do that in your own life as well. Look in the comments below.
First things first, when there is an invasion, we must always take the side of the people who are facing troops with direct orders to violate their homes, to bombard their neighborhoods, to destroy the circumstances of their lives. And I say that without any hesitation and unconditionally. This is not something that our Western rulers do. I say this regarding the Ukrainians. When I see Ukrainians in Kharkiv, for instance, putting together Molotov cocktails by which defend their homes from the advancing Russian tanks, I applaud them. But our rulers applaud them while at the same time, when there is a 15-year-old kid in Kalkidia in the Palestinian territories, throwing a stone at an advancing bulldozer with the intent to demolish his home, they call him a terrorist. So we make no such distinctions. We support the defenders of their homes, of their neighborhoods, of their communities. So today we stand with Ukraine. Unconditional. No ifs, no buts, no conditionalities attached. To help Ukrainians at this very moment in time, we need to apply the same moral compass universally, making the distinctions between fashionable, deserving victims in the Ukraine and unfashionable victims in Yemen, where only 48 hours ago, I don't know whether you noticed that, Russell, or our viewers noticed it, there were 37 sorties by Saudi Arabian bombers taking out civilians in Yemen. Not in the news, unfashionable victims, who cares about them? My simple point is that to support the Ukrainian victims of Russian aggression, you have to support the Yemen victims of Saudi aggression. If you don't do that, then this is the greatest gift to Putin. Because he says, okay, well, your fashionable victims are unfashionable in Moscow. I don't give a damn about them. And then you enter a relativizing narrative regarding which victims are deserving and which ones are undeserving. Moving on to something else you said, which is a crucial point. Let's forget about our little ideologies at the moment. When there are people who are dying, their circumstances, their situation must prevail and must trump our own political projects, whether it is my political project, your political project, or NATO's political project. So the question now is, how do you stop the carnage? How do we get the Russian troops to withdraw back to their bases? And how do the Ukrainians get a chance to fight it out amongst each other, not with weapons, but with the power of arguments between the leftists and the rightists, between the communists in the Ukraine and the Nazis? And there are Nazis in Ukraine. This is not a reason to bomb Ukraine. In this country, in my country, at some point, the Nazi organization called Golden Dawn was the third largest party. So what? You bomb Greece because we have the serpent's egg hatching in our midst? No. What you do is you create the circumstances for democratic politics in Greece, in the Ukraine, in Yemen, to fight, Islamist fundamentalism, Nazism, fascism, Boris Johnson, whatever. So how do we get the Russian troops out of there? NATO is not proposing to invade, and that's a good thing, because if NATO invaded now in support of the Ukrainians, we would have Third World War, and climate change wouldn't get a chance. We would have destroyed the planet before climate change was completed. But we, from where we are, from the comfort of our own home or studio or whatever, we have a moral imperative to try to find a solution that we could sell to Putin that saves all these tens of or hundreds of thousands of people in the Ukraine and gives them a chance to breathe and a chance for democracy and a chance for independence. Now, the question is, is there anything that Putin would buy as part of such a deal? And I think there is. I think that Putin is ruthless and a killer and a war criminal, Chechnya, right? But he's not dumb. He's a highly trained strategist for the KGB. He knows that he cannot occupy the Ukraine forever. He knows that he's going to have something worse than Vietnam in his hands. He knows that the Russian economy is smaller than the economy of Texas, by the way, in terms of gross domestic product. Don't know either. Smaller than the economy of Texas. Yeah. He doesn't have the funds to continue. He has the funds to continue to do a lot of damage to the Ukrainians, okay, to destroy a whole generation. But he cannot hold Ukraine, and he cannot hold Russia if he continues, along the lines of a modern Afghanistan for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So he's looking for a way out. And even if he's not looking for a way out today, he will be looking for a way out next week. And what is this way out that we can offer him, which is consistent with the interests of the Ukrainians and the rest of the world? Imagine if there was an offer by President Biden, because the European Union doesn't count. They're just the lackeys of the US. I mean, and we don't have a leadership in the European Union anyway. But Biden could hold a summit with Putin, and a quid pro quo could emerge. The quid pro quo being very simple: Russia withdraws from Ukraine. There is an agreement for the demilitarization of Donbass and the region around the borders between Ukraine and Russia. There can be some bargaining regarding particular plots of land, Crimea and so on. And both Russia and the United States guarantee the neutrality and independence of Ukraine. Anybody who says that's giving in to Putin will have to answer, what is the alternative? The alternative is carnage, a prolonged occupation, the permanent division of the Ukraine in the long run, and the toxification of politics both in the Ukraine and in Russia.
Let's talk about the UK first, and we could pick any European country, including Germany and France as well. The Russians don't want to negotiate with the Germans, they don't want to negotiate with the French, and they don't want to negotiate with the British, because they understand full well that the United States runs the show. And the British will do what the United States asks them to do. So you can have perfunctory conversations with the British, but it really doesn't matter. And that's why the Russians want to talk to the United States. And the Russians don't even want to talk to NATO. They don't want to talk to Stoltenberg. They want to talk to the United States. They want to talk to Joe Biden, because they know that the Europeans basically do what the Americans ask them to do. And if there's any country that does what the Americans ask them to do almost axiomatically, it's Britain. The Germans and the French sometimes resist, as we know from the Iraq War in 2003. But Tony Blair was a mere cheerleader for the United States in that war. So Britain does not have much of a role to play here. The United States is the key player. I don't say that because I'm an American. And indeed, I think American policy is usually so foolish these days that it would be better if the United States had less influence. And it would be better if the Europeans, especially the Germans and the French, stood up to the Americans. So the EU does matter here. There's no question about that. But the EU is, again, not much of a player. NATO's not much of a player. It's the United States that is driving this train. And let me make one more point on that before I talk about the UN. It's very important to understand that at the April 2008 Bucharest summit, Germany and France were adamantly opposed to any movement to make Ukraine a member of NATO. Because Germany, and here we're talking about Angela Merkel, much to her credit, understood that this was asking for serious trouble. But it was the Americans who, as always, prevailed. And at the end of the Bucharest summit, a statement was issued at the Americans' insistence that said that Ukraine and Georgia would become members of NATO. So the Europeans, and here we're talking about the French and the Germans, they understood that this was a foolish thing to do, but they failed to stand up to the Americans, as is so often the case with the Europeans. Now, finally, you ask about the UN. The UN is effectively useless, and for one very simple reason: the Russians have a veto. Right? Anytime there's a dispute between countries that have a vote on the Security Council, and this obviously includes Russia and the United States, the UN is not going to be very meaningful, simply because the Russians would veto anything that they didn't like, and the Americans would veto anything that they didn't like. So this is, bottom line, a problem that has to be solved by the United States and the Russians. We, in 2008, when we were the Unipol, we decided to expand NATO. And it blew up in our face in 2014. This is when the unipolar moment is coming to an end. And the problem continues to linger. And we cannot figure out how to solve it without saying that Ukraine will not become part of NATO. And that's politically unacceptable in the West, especially after you've told the story year after year that the Russians are the bad guys and we're the good guys. if the Russians are the bad guys and they're highly aggressive, and you believe the Ukrainians have the right to this and the right to that, and you're committed to making sure that they realize these rights, it's almost impossible politically to walk away from this one. It's really quite remarkable. And you want to understand that the United States has a deep-seated interest in pivoting to Asia. The United States faces a peer competitor in China. Russia is not a peer competitor. The idea that Russia is some meaningful threat to dominate Europe is a laughable argument, right? Right. You want to understand, we have led the Ukrainian people down the primrose path. They are the ones who are suffering the most as a result of these foolish policies that we pursued during the unipolar moment regarding Russia and Ukraine. And it's now blown up in our face. But to get to the issue that you're raising, I think there's no question that in unipolarity, the United States is free to pursue all sorts of foolish policies because it doesn't pay a great price. It's usually other countries that pay for America's mistakes. And Russia, as I said, has no interest in conquering Ukraine and doesn't have to worry much about Ukraine for strategic reasons in the absence of NATO expansion. So you take NATO expansion away, Ukraine can easily remain a buffer state.
Meanwhile, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who before this conflict began had been very upbeat and enthusiastic about joining the NATO military alliance. But on Friday, he lashed out at the NATO military alliance after NATO rejected Ukraine's request to impose a no-fly zone to halt Russia's missile strikes. Now, NATO cited further aggression behind this decision. However, NATO has warned the Russian President Vladimir Putin of fresh sanctions if he does not stop the war. Now, Zelensky has accused the alliance of holding a very weak and a very confused summit in the stand that it has taken against Russia so far.
Сьогодні відбувся саміт НАТО. Слабкий саміт, розгублений саміт. Саміт, на якому видно, що не всі вважають боротьбу за свободу для Європи метою номер один. 9 днів ми бачимо жорстку війну. Руйнують наші міста, обстрілюють наших людей, наших дітей, житлові квартали, церкви, школи, знищують все, що забезпечує нормальне життя, людське життя. І хочуть це продовжувати, знаючи, що нові удари і жертви неминучі. НАТО свідомо ухвалили рішення не закривати небо над Україною.
So let's tell you why Ukraine is asking for a no-fly zone. Remember, Ukraine has in many ways gotten to this conflict because of its desire to join the NATO military alliance. It was in fact led up to it by the NATO. A no-fly zone refers to an airspace where aircrafts of a certain nation cannot fly. No-fly zones are used to protect sensitive or VIP areas, and these include royal residences, sporting events or large gatherings. Militarily, a no-fly zone is meant to stop enemy aircraft. This could of course use surveillance, preemptive strikes or shooting at the enemy aircraft. And for NATO, a no-fly zone over Ukraine would effectively mean a direct conflict with Russia in terms of air power. And this is something that the West at this point of time simply cannot afford, because the Russian Air Force is in many ways as good as that the NATO has. For Western countries, any conflict with Russia possibly equals a nuclear war, especially after the Russian president has placed his nuclear forces on high alert.
И будут ли призываться срочники на территории Украины?
Значит, вот очень много из того, что происходит, из того, что сейчас мы видим и с чем мы сталкиваемся, это, безусловно, способы ведения борьбы с Россией. Кстати говоря, те санкции, которые вводятся, они сродни объявлению войны. Но, слава богу, пока до этого не дошло, я думаю, что понимание того, чем это чревато и чем это грозит для всех, у наших так называемых партнерах, в кавычках, все-таки присутствует, несмотря на их безрассудные заявления, вот как это было сделано министром иностранных дел Великобритании, когда она ляпнула, что НАТО может быть вовлечено в конфликт. И нам пришлось сразу же принять решение о приведении в повышенную, в особый режим несения дежурства наших сил сдерживания. Но реакция последовала, сказали, что ничего такого не имелось в виду, но никто же ее не одернул, женщина, министр иностранных дел. Никто не дезавуировал эти заявления. Ну, хоть что-нибудь, кто-нибудь на этот счет сказал бы нам. Вы знаете, это ее личное мнение, не обращайте внимания. Никто ничего. А мы-то что должны по этому поводу думать? Ну, что нам думать на этот счет? Конечно, мы восприняли это как сигнал. Отреагировали соответствующим образом. Значит, теперь на ваш вопрос непосредственно, значит, по такой и необходимости сегодня. Значит, да, мы видим, что, как я уже сказал, предпринимаются попытки у нас общество раскачать. Кстати говоря, вот тоже подтверждение моих слов о том, что мы имеем дело не просто с радикалами, а с неонацистами. Вот. Теперь по поводу... по поводу военного положения. Повторяю еще раз, вводятся случаи внешней агрессии, военной угрозы. Надеюсь, такого не произойдет, несмотря на безответственные заявления некоторых должностных лиц. Сейчас мы слышим, что нужно сделать бесполетную зону на территории Украины. Сделать это невозможно на самой территории Украины. Можно только с территории каких-то соседних государств. Но любое движение в этом направлении будет нами рассматриваться как участие в вооруженном конфликте той страны, с территории которой будут создаваться угрозы для наших военнослужащих. Мы в эту же секунду будем рассматривать их как участниками военного конфликта. И уже все равно, какими там членами они являются. Членами, извините, каких организаций. Вот. Значит, поэтому, надеюсь, понимание этого есть, и до этого тоже не дойдет. Значит, кстати говоря, и по ходу самой операции могу сказать, много всяких, я знаю, домыслов, правда, мне особенно некогда с этим знакомиться, но так докладывают, что много всяких разговоров по поводу того, что и как идет. Ну, все аналитики видят, что происходит, поэтому никакого секрета я вам здесь не раскрою. Можно было бы действовать по-разному, можно было просто на линии, это, кстати, отчасти ответ на ваш вопрос, можно было просто помогать республикам Донбасса прямо на линии соприкосновения, ну, на фронте, что называется, и просто армии нашей российской подкрепить их. Но в этом случае, с той стороны, имея в виду безоглядную поддержку со стороны Запада, значит, националистов и радикалов, с той стороны, бесконечно шла бы поддержка материальными ресурсами, боеприпасами, техникой и так далее. Поэтому наш генеральный штаб, Министерство обороны пошли другим путем. Первое, что сделали, уничтожили всю военную инфраструктуру. Ну, не всю, но частично в основном. Склады с вооружением, боеприпасами, авиацию, системы ПВО. Системы ПВО, их устранение требует определенного времени, их нужно... Вы люди мирные, но все-таки к авиации имеете отношение, их нужно вскрыть, потом поразить. Практически эта работа завершена. Вот отсюда и требование закрыть небо. Ну, это требование, реализация этого требования сопряжена с колоссальными и катастрофическими последствиями не только для Европы, но и для всего мира. Я думаю, что понимание этого у тех, кто на той стороне что-то там маркует, есть. Вот. Поэтому вот пошли вот этим путем абсолютно правильно, как оказалось. И спокойно наши военнослужащие работают, делают все для того, чтобы обеспечить безопасность мирного населения. Но, к сожалению, эти бандиты и неонацисты людей не жалеют. Расстреливают даже своих военнослужащих, которые не хотят оказывать вооруженное сопротивление. Такие факты у нас тоже есть. Националисты, эти бандеровцы, эти неонацисты, по-другому не назвать, расстреливают своих военнослужащих. Там почти в каждую такую более-менее часть внедрены вот эти националисты, по несколько десятков человек. И действуют именно таким жестоким образом. Но, повторяю, ни призывников, ни тех, кто призывается на сборы, мы никого не используем и не собираемся использовать при проведении этой военной операции. И исхожу из того, что наша армия решит все стоящие перед ней задачи. Ни на секунду в этом не сомневаюсь. Об этом говорит весь ход операции. Она идет просто по плану, вот по графику. Все делается так, как и запланировал Генеральный штаб.
Our top focus at this hour. Russian demand for Ukrainian neutrality has been a key issue for Moscow at conflict. Negotiations, and now Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that the war-hit country is prepared to consider declaring neutrality. Zelensky said that as part of a peace deal with Russia, Ukraine is prepared to discuss adopting a neutral status. However, such a pact would have to be guaranteed by third parties and put to a referendum. Listen in.
Гарантии безопасности и нейтралитет, безъядерный статус нашего государства, мы готовы на него идти. Это самый главный пункт. Это был первый принципиальный пункт для Российской Федерации, насколько я помню. И насколько мне помнится, что они из-за этого начали войну.
Now, Zelensky made the statement while addressing independent Russian news media. He further added that Ukraine is ready to go for security guarantees, neutrality, as well as a non-nuclear status. However, he demanded that in order to find an agreement to end the conflict, Russian President Vladimir Putin would have to meet him face to face.
Поэтому этот пункт, пункт гарантии безопасности для Украины, а так как они говорят, это и для них, он понятен мне, его обсуждают, он глубоко проработан. Но меня там интересует, чтобы это не были, знаете, как еще одна бумажка а-ля Будапештский меморандум и так далее. Поэтому нас интересует, чтобы эта бумага превратилась в серьезный договор.
Earlier this month, the Kremlin had said Sweden and Austria offered models of neutrality and that Ukraine could adopt those models to help end Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine had rejected the proposal. It had said that only Kiev could design a system that would be acceptable to Ukrainians. Now, under international law, neutrality means the obligation of a state not to interfere in military conflicts of third states. The obligation that is brought about by unilateral declaration for coercion. Now, at the start of the crisis, Putin demanded that NATO guarantee non-membership for Ukraine. Negotiations have focused on Ukraine staying out of NATO, disarmament and security guarantees. While Ukraine is no longer insisting on NATO membership, Zelensky has refused to discuss the Russian demand for demilitarization of the country to end more than a month of fighting in Ukraine. The next in-person negotiations between the two sides will take place in Turkey on March 28th till 30th.
Russia withdraws from Ukraine. There is an agreement for the demilitarization of Donbass and the region around the borders between Ukraine and Russia. There can be some bargaining regarding particular plots of land, Crimea and so on. And both Russia and the United States guarantee the neutrality and independence of Ukraine.
My name is Paul Hellyer, and I am a former Minister of National Defence for Canada. This disturbing message is for the several million Americans and others who were kind enough to listen to the 22-minute presentation at the Citizens Disclosure hearing in Washington in May 2013. and for anyone else who cares deeply about the future of their country and the planet Earth. The U.S. is in grave danger. Strangely, the peril is not from foreign enemies, but from enemies within. So I beg you to listen to a summary of the major problems, followed by some suggestions as to how the U.S. might be recaptured by loyal Americans, to the enormous relief of friends who have been watching helplessly from the sidelines. The stakes couldn't be higher. So I spent the 15 months following the Washington hearing feverishly writing a new book, incorporating what I think every American has the right to know and must know to end the incredible naivety observed at the citizens' hearing. The name of the book is The Money Mafia, A World in Crisis. Most of my friends, both American and Canadian, tend to agree that the world is in a state of crisis. But very few are aware that the problems are not natural phenomena. They have been engineered by a very tiny elite group of rich, ruthless, and power-hungry people who have been deliberately keeping the majority of decent, hard-working taxpayers totally in the dark. In my brief address to the Citizens Disclosure hearing, I said that the United States and much of the Western world is ultimately controlled by an unelected, unaccountable cabal. Its apex is the banking and financial cartel, followed by the oil cartel, the CEOs of the largest and most powerful transnational corporations, major intelligence agencies, including the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA, and a major slice of the U.S. military. Their collective power and influence is incalculable, and it is their plan for the U.S. and the rest of us that is so alarming. Their plan is an empire greater in size and power than any empire before it. They call this the New World Order, which, ironically, is the same name Hitler used for the smaller empire he imagined. One sure thing, the New World Order will end all pretense of government of, by, and for the people. It will be a dictatorship of, by, and for a small minority of the rich and privileged elite. Much of its power lies in the privately owned banking system. Why monarchs and politicians allowed a private cartel to become the monopoly supplier of new money, we will never know. But this power is almost absolute and can determine the fate of nations and their people. President Eisenhower was so distressed by the situation that he included in his farewell address to the nation that his fellow Americans should beware of the military-industrial complex.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex,
otherwise known as the financial, intelligence, and military wing of the all-pervasive cabal, which has seized control of the United States and much of the balance of the world. The military-industrial complex adopted a strategy of perpetual warfare to enhance its own power and profit. It is inconceivable that this plan was discussed and approved in advance by any American president. Wernher von Braun, the German rocket scientist who came to the U.S. at the end of World War II, told my friend Dr. Carol Rosen, who worked with him, that they, the military-industrial complex, in order to maintain perpetual war, had to have an enemy. First, it will be the communists, he said. Then it will be the terrorists. And finally, it will be the ETs. So far, the plan has been unfolding exactly as forecast. The cabal, sometimes referred to as the shadow government, has been in control.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match.
When Sarah McClendon, veteran White House reporter, asked President Bill Clinton why he didn't do something about UFO disclosure, Clinton replied, and I quote, "Sarah, there's a government inside the government, and I don't control it." End of quote. Imagine the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces isn't cleared to know what his troops are doing. Well, with the end of the Cold War, the Pentagon wrote a new defense plan, popularly known as a project for the new American century. It was very far-reaching and involved conquest of much of the world by financial or military means, whichever was easiest. The document, which very few people were aware of, admitted that it was so far-reaching that it might be too much for Americans to swallow in the absence of some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. Well, Lady Luck appeared to be on their side in the form of September the 11th, 2001. Amateur foreign pilots trained in the U.S. allegedly hijacked planes and flew them into the sides of the World Trade Towers 1 and 2, and then into the Pentagon. Later in the day, the buildings collapsed. President Bush declared war on the terrorists and invoked the provisions in the North Atlantic Treaty under which an attack on any one country is considered to be an attack on all. The reaction was unprecedented since the outbreak of World War II and the later attack on Pearl Harbor. The English-speaking world, in particular, was incensed, and a high percentage of Americans were prepared to nuke the perpetrators. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld soon announced that, quote, "that means war against Iraq," end of quote, even though there was absolutely no evidence of Iraqi complicity, none whatsoever. Although most Muslims had been sympathetic to the U.S. in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, as soon as the bombs started dropping on Baghdad, moderate Muslims by the thousand were so outraged and overcome by hate that they opted for a terrorist response. From that day on, it would be difficult to find a terrorist who did not have "Made in the USA" etched on his or her soul. Now, more than a decade later, the situation becomes even darker as the truth about 9/11 begins to emerge from the burial ground of a controlled press. We find that high officials in the George W. Bush administration knew of the attack weeks in advance and made no effort to prevent it. On the contrary, the evidence points to complicity when we find that not just 2, nor 3 buildings collapsed, nor 4, nor 5, nor 6, but 7. Some, if not all, had been rigged for controlled demolition. But that isn't all. A new weapon of mass destruction was used that reduced the concrete and steel to dust before it reached the ground. If you have any doubts about this, get a copy of Dr. Judy Wood's book entitled "Where Did the Towers Go?" 500 pages of meticulous evidence. The unfolding story reveals the greatest mass deception in history, with the most universally negative consequences. far more important than the long lineups for security checks at airports. We have been stripped of our civil rights one by one, including, I regret to say, habeas corpus, reversing 800 years of progress. Country was set against country, religion against religion. Words like peace and negotiated settlement, which had been possibilities before 9/11, were lost in the jungle of lies. The cabal, also known as the military-industrial complex, was not interested in a just settlement. It wanted perpetual war, and that was what its heinous deception achieved. It also robbed the once great United States of America of its last vestige of moral leadership. Worse, by invoking NATO, it transformed a defense alliance into a U.S.-led task force. And by recruiting former countries from the Soviet Union, an obvious provocation to Russia, it has managed to create rumblings of a new Cold War. The danger lies in the fact that the New World Order is not limited to old boundaries and concepts of empire, and we seem hell-bent toward a third world war. Horrible beyond human imagination. It must not be allowed to happen. Almost every president since Eisenhower has been under the control of the cabal, and President Obama, regrettably, has been no exception. Before he was sworn in as a new president, I saw a picture of his economic advisors, and I said, uh-oh, the same old gang who permitted the Bush recession. Nothing will change. Then when the president persuaded innocent allies to join in a second unwinnable war in Iraq, and a senior U.S. military commander confirmed that it would take several years to win, it was obvious that President Obama was playing the military-industrial alliance game, and that it would be the only winner. I get hundreds of emails from decent Americans and like-minded individuals in a dozen countries who want nothing more than the end of militarism and a massive shift in priorities toward universal peace and justice. Quite a few are involved in small projects that are making a significant difference at the micro level. But most of them are realists and recognize that the cabal doesn't want peace and justice. It wants power, wealth, and empire. So what can an individual do in the face of unprecedented power and wealth? The cabal, headed by the banking cartel, has almost unlimited financial power. But we, the people, have the numbers and must combine our limited power to form a critical mass that can move mountains. The U.S. should play a leadership role in ending the private bankers' monopoly to print money. Actually, it isn't really money, it's just credit created out of thin air, a computer entry, and restore some of the power to the people that is rightfully theirs. There cannot and will not be peace and justice on earth while the Fed continues to exist. There must be full disclosure of what the cabal and the U.S. shadow government have been doing since World War II. To hear the truth emerge after so many years of continual lies and darkness will require either that the National Security Act of 1947 be rescinded or suspended, with a general amnesty so that decent Americans can tell the truth without fear of retribution. A kind of truth and reconciliation process will be required. Then there are the positive benefits that must be pursued. The President must issue an order that would release the secret patents on exotic energy and make them available to the world. The secret technology, in combination with the flexible financial system, will make it possible to convert from an oil economy to a clean economy in 7 years. It will provide billions of new jobs worldwide and help close the ever-widening gap between the haves and the have-nots. Simultaneously, a project should be started to restore our oceans before the food chain has been permanently broken. In addition, worldwide programs of forest preservation and reforestation should help provide the carbon sinks essential for greater stability in weather patterns. Speaking of changing weather patterns, full disclosure should give us a better idea of how much weather patterns have been altered by government tinkering. Due to restraints of time, space, and expertise, my book makes no mention of either chemtrails or the high-frequency active auroral research program known as HAARP. But from what I have heard and read from credible informants, I would say that they are Satan's illegitimate Siamese twins of death and destruction. If so, they should be terminated at once and relegated to the netherworld from which they came. And before the people of the world become aware and launch a $10 or $20 trillion class action suit against the United States Air Force, its contractors, associates, and suppliers. A visit to the battlefields of World Wars I and II in November of last year affected me profoundly. The slogans were everywhere. Never again. We had seen the horror of man's inhumanity to man, which was sordid beyond belief. Yet as I reflected on the real world of today, I thought that the millions who gave their lives had died in vain. Even before the Second World War was over, a group of greedy, self-centered men were plotting the next round, and they have been working assiduously at their plan. The same symptoms of mass unemployment, poverty, and seeking military advantage have been replicated. But the next time, we would start off with weapons of mass destruction just in their infancy then. The next time, it is not just supremacy that is at stake, although there are some who think so. It is the survival of the human species that is at stake. God will not be mocked. We have been given the choice of making our planet uninhabitable, as we have been told some other species have done, or we can move in the opposite direction of peace, love, justice, and cooperation for the betterment of all, rich and poor alike. We have been given a few months, not years, to change course before it is too late. The choice is ours. We are the ones who are destined to write our own history.
Every day of your life, you move through systems of power that other people made. Do you sense them? Do you understand power? Do you realize why it matters? Power is something we're often uncomfortable talking about. That's especially true in civic life, how we live together in community. In a democracy, power is supposed to reside with the people, period. Any further talk about power, and who really has it, seems a little dirty, maybe even evil. But power is no more inherently good or evil than fire or physics. It just is. It governs how any form of government works. It determines who gets to determine the rules of the game. So learning how power operates is key to being effective, being taken seriously, and not being taken advantage of. In this lesson, we'll look at where power comes from, how it's exercised, and what you can do to become more powerful in public life. Let's start with a basic definition. Power is the ability to make others do what you would have them do. Of course, this plays out in all arenas of life, from family to the workplace to our relationships. Our focus is on the civic arena, where power means getting a community to make the choices and to take the actions that you want. There are 6 main sources of civic power. First, there's physical force and a capacity for violence. Control of the means of force, whether in the police or a militia, is power at its most primal. A second core source of power is wealth. Money creates the ability to buy results and to buy almost any other kind of power. The third form of power is state action, government. This is the use of law and bureaucracy to compel people to do or not do certain things. In a democracy, for example, we the people theoretically give government its power through elections. In a dictatorship, state power emerges from the threat of force, not the consent of the governed. The fourth type of power is social norms, or what other people think is okay. Norms don't have the centralized machinery of government. They operate in a softer way, peer-to-peer. But they can certainly make people change behavior and even change laws. Think about how norms around marriage equality today are evolving. The fifth form of power is ideas. An idea, individual liberty, say, or racial equality, can generate boundless amounts of power if it motivates enough people to change their thinking and actions. And so the sixth source of power is numbers, lots of humans. A vocal mass of people creates power by expressing collective intensity of interest and by asserting legitimacy. Think of the Arab Spring or the rise of the Tea Party. Crowds count.
Every evening in the media, you can see agitation against Russia, which is starting to become unbearable. Russia has been assured in various treaties that NATO will not further pursue its eastward expansion, and there is an urgent need for those treaties to be upheld.
The security conference is an insecurity conference because it agitates, and agitation against other countries is not allowed.
These are the 6 main sources of power, what power is. So now, let's think about how power operates. There are 3 laws of power worth examining. Law number 1, power is never static. It's always either accumulating or decaying in the civic arena. So if you aren't taking action, you're being acted upon. Law number 2, power is like water. It flows like a current through everyday life. Politics is the work of harnessing that flow in a direction you prefer. Policymaking is an effort to freeze and perpetuate a particular flow of power. Policy is power frozen. Law number 3, power compounds. Power begets more power. And so does powerlessness. The only thing that keeps law number 3 from leading to a situation where only one person has all the power is how we apply laws 1 and 2. What rules do we set up so that a few people don't accumulate too much power and so they can't enshrine their privilege in policy? That's the question of democracy. And you can see each of these laws at work in any news story. Low-wage workers organize to get higher pay. Oil companies push to get a big pipeline approved. Gay and lesbian couples seek the legal right to marry. Urban parents demand school vouchers. You may support these efforts or not. Whether you get what you want depends on how adept you are with power. Which brings us finally to what you can do to become more powerful in public life. Here, it's useful to think in terms of literacy. Your challenge is to learn how to read power and write power. To read power means to pay attention to as many texts of power as you can. I don't mean books only. I mean seeing society as a set of texts. Don't like how things are in your campus or city or country? Map out who has what kind of power, arrayed in what systems. Understand why it turned out this way, who's made it so, and who wants to keep it so. Study the strategies others in such situations used. Frontal attack or indirection. Coalitions or charismatic authority. Read so you may write. To write power requires first that you believe you have the right to write, to be an author of change. You do. As with any kind of writing, you learn to express yourself, speak up in a voice that's authentic, organize your ideas, then organize other people, practice consensus building, practice conflict. As with writing, it's all about practice. Every day you have a chance to practice, in your neighborhood and beyond. Set objectives, then bigger ones. Watch the patterns, see what works. Adapt, repeat. This is citizenship. In this short lesson, we've explored where civic power comes from, how it works, and what you can do to exercise it. One big question remaining is the why of power. Do you want power to benefit everyone or only you? Are your purposes pro-social or anti-social? This question isn't about strategy, it's about character. And that's another set of lessons. But remember this: power plus character equals a great citizen, and you have the power to be one.
In liquid democracy, you can vote directly on any issue you want. But if you don't want to vote, your values can still be represented by someone you trust. Suppose you care a lot about women's rights, but don't care a lot about corporate tax laws. Your friend Bob is a super smart guy and you trust him a lot. With liquid democracy, you can delegate your vote to Bob so that any time a vote comes up that you don't have the time, interest, or energy to take part in, Bob can step in and vote with 2 votes instead of 1. Now, if Bob wants to pass his votes on to Sally, she can vote for all 3 of you. If at any time you stop trusting Bob, you can take your vote back instantly, without having to wait years for another election like you do in our current system. This means that the people with the most voting power have that power because people trust them.
Political action is not agitation, it's construction. One of the core questions about governance is who gets to represent whom, right? So our proposal is to implement a liquid democracy protocol where we can choose different people to represent us for different topics, right? So I can choose someone to represent me for matters regarding healthcare because I know that they are a doctor that's been working, he's been working or she's been working in the public healthcare system for 35 years. I trust her with my vote. So we can have a bottom-up, dynamic representation that surfaces social leadership. That's called liquid democracy. We can give ourselves an identity. Nation states are losing their their monopoly on giving us an identity, but that's going to the corporations, right? Facebook is trying to claim the right to give us an identity. But there's another way of doing it. There's the network providing their identity. This is Roma. She's my daughter. She's 2.5 now. This was the day after she was born. Right, so when Roma was born, we registered her birth on the blockchain using a system called proof of existence before we registered her with the state of California. So it's not the states and it's not the corporations that are telling my daughter that she's someone in the world. We did that. The network is providing for that identity. So there is another way. But essentially what we wanted to prove was that if the United States disappears as a construct, or if California disappears as a construct, which is what it is. It's an we believe in the idea of the United States. Mm-hmm. We believe in the idea of countries. They're not a physical, they don't really exist as such. We believe that they're an institution that exists. And they haven't been here forever, so there's no reason to believe they're going to be here forever. So what we wanted to do was to say this event, Roma's birth, took place at this point in time. And we're appending this to this ledger that it's an append-only ledger, so it's incorruptible. You can't go back and change that information. So the idea was like, showing that there is a way to give ourselves an identity and say, like, this happened, this girl was born here. And I don't care if the state of California tomorrow goes crazy and, it's that her birth certificate doesn't, have any influence. It's there, and it's going to be there. So yeah, blockchain baby is doing it. Who counts the votes? Right? This is another key part of democracy. I come from a country where the ballots are burned after an election, where we count the votes manually. I did this when I was running for elections myself, until 2 o'clock in the morning, fighting with the other party, stacks of papers like that. They're called sheet lists, like listas sábanas, like a sheet. They're that long. They're like a canvas. We have a better way of doing it. We can use technology. We can use the blockchain to register the votes and build an incorruptible ledger. No one is going to tell us that the votes are not what they were. Right? There's a far better way of doing this. What jurisdictions? That this is another key piece of democracy. Again, I'm from Argentina. Argentina represents me on all issues regarding in the international arena. They vote for me in climate change issues, for example. But why can't, Costa Rica represent me? They have a much more progressive energy policy. I trust them with my vote. Hell, I would give them money to push what they're doing everywhere in the world. But I can't. Why? Because I'm Argentinian. And we still live in a world designed for nation states. With WWIII, we did a digital referendum for Colombia. When Colombia voted the referendum for peace, 7 million Colombians couldn't vote because they weren't in Colombia at the time. We're in the 21st century. This blows my mind. And so what we did was we grabbed the referendum for peace, we divided it in many different clauses, and we asked them to vote in those different clauses. And the thing with referendums is that they are a very blunt instrument of democracy. It normally gets boiled down to yes or no, for or against one issue, and everything else kind of pivots around that. But in this case, when we did it with WWIII, we showed that most of the clauses, like 90% of the clauses, were approved, except one, the one that actually prevented the referendum for peace to get approved, right? If the FARC were allowed to be part of government. They could have approved 90% of the referendum instead of losing the whole battle, because it's hinged on just one issue. So this is WWIII. Obviously, we're experimenting. This is a learning process. Any group can give itself their governance institutions. We need to learn how to do this. We haven't done it for such a long time that we don't know how to be active participants, active citizens. WWIII is built around these three issues that I discussed: identity, peer-to-peer validated identity with blockchain keys; representation, it's global, it's dynamic, it's horizontal, it's called liquid democracy; and voting. The network stores the votes. It's a shared incorruptible ledger. We are not bound by the political institutions we've inherited. We collectively own them. It's up to us to decide what democracy do we want, what governance structures do we want to build. And Buckminster Fuller said a phrase that I live by: you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that renders the existing model obsolete. So I urge you, every time you wake up in the morning and you just, like me, you feel you just want to go and fight reality, think about what do we want to build instead? What do we want to replace it with? Because you know what? It's up to us.
Comes from ancient Greek polis, the city-state, in which the first kind of democracy was carried out by its citizens. They, like us today, identify problems and discuss them. We do it on the streets and in bars, and sometimes begrudgingly at Thanksgiving dinners. In Athens, the citizens all came together on a designated hill outside of the city to discuss current issues and create policy solutions. Every free man, literally only free men by the way, had a say and a vote to decide on a policy for each issue. Thus, word on the street was transformed into politics. This input from citizens into policymaking is what we call direct democracy. Modern nation-states, like Germany in our example here, do not share one common public space where all citizens could meet. Reaching an understanding about common issues merely by talking them over is unfeasible for the amount of people that would have to be included in our modern societies. The problems of our time are very much different from those of ancient Greece in three ways. Because of the diversity among our citizens, mitigating their issues is far more complex. Moreover, to be a citizen today is no longer a vocation. Unlike the men of Athens, we usually have to work to earn a living and do not have the time to spend all of a day pondering and discussing political issues. That may be part of the reason why many people today feel they do not have the adequate expert knowledge about those issues to contribute to the political sphere. What most modern democracies do instead, then, is have designated representatives from the populace devote their full time to be professional politicians. They carry out the public discussion of issues in our place. Mass media channels their discussions back to our societies, but only the politicians get to decide on those issues in the designated political arena. We, the public, do get the chance to vote for a representative of one worldview or political persuasion in certain intervals, usually every few years. In most of our democratic systems, the representatives are being organized through party affiliation. The majorities that come about in the elections then get to decide on current issues and turn them into policies for as long as they are elected. We regular citizens do not get to have an input on policymaking during that time. This system of politics is what we call indirect democracy. Recently, there are people who are no longer satisfied with such a rigid system that all but eliminates the input of citizens from policymaking. They argue that any citizen at any time should have the chance to make their voice heard in the policymaking process, even if they do not want to become full-time politicians. Full-time politicians and parties may still be useful, but every citizen should be given a vote for every issue on the table. In this system, people may choose to delegate their vote to another person whom they trust to make an informed decision in their place. They in turn may delegate those collected votes further on to yet somebody else, a politician who stands for a certain worldview perhaps. They may also choose to elect professional politicians themselves. And now, people also get to vote on policies directly. Now, there are several ways in which the input from people may be transformed into policy. Moreover, whenever there is a particular issue in which a person has such a strong opinion they do not want to trust anyone else to make the decision for them, they can take back their vote from the person they delegated it to and vote on the policy themselves. It is this fluid alternation between direct democracy and indirect democracy that gives name to the proposed system of liquid democracy. Modern technology has made a public space that all citizens can inhabit possible. Instead of on a hill outside the city, we may meet in cyberspace. We can discuss events online to determine issues that warrant policymaking. Collaboration tools, of which Wikipedia is but one small example, can facilitate ways in which many people can have an input on policies. And computers and modern cryptography can tally votes and the delegation of votes so we can decide on those policies. This way, all citizens could partake in policymaking once again, much like on the Agora, the hill outside of Athens.
Do you completely trust the government, the religions, the media, the education system? Do you completely trust what society tells you about the meaning of life and your place in it? If you don't trust them completely, then you have an idea of the 6,000-year-old lie that we will talk about now. When I finally saw through this 6,000-year-old lie, I almost fell off my chair. I encountered the reality they've been trying to hide from us, and then I felt free like a bird.
I discovered the hidden game of life. It answered the deepest questions of life, such as, what am I? Where did I come from? What was I doing here? How can I make my dreams and fantasies come true? The inconvenient truth is we've been given wrong answers to these questions. I'm sure you've noticed that something is going on. Something just doesn't fit. Many of us can feel it. It's time to massively expand our thinking now, don't you think? Let me tell you all about the game of life, and then we can talk about who lied to us, why they did it, and what we can do about it. Basically, life is a game. It's the only game in town. You're playing the game, whether you like it or not. And although you don't remember it just yet, you co-created this game, the game of life. Now, I know it probably sounds fucking crazy, but hear me out. Have some patience and suspend your disbelief for a few minutes, and I promise it will be worth your time. First, listen to the concept and understand it, and later we can find supporting evidence of what we're about to talk about. You see, the game of life is like a dream, whereby you are the main character within the dream, and you are the dreamer of the dream. You are the hero of your life's movie. You are on your hero's journey. The 5 steps, an overview of the game of life. The game of life is the game that spirit plays, the game that consciousness plays. To play the game, spirit or consciousness takes these 5 steps to create, to play, and to end the game of life. Step 1. Consciousness or spirit has a desire. It imagines a suitable world of form to experience that desire. Step 2. It then creates that world, a world of form. In other words, a physical reality. Step 3. It opens and enters that world. Because spirit or consciousness doesn't have a form, it has to create a suitable form for itself, a body that fits into the world of form that it has created. And so spirit or consciousness creates a body, and this is also known as an avatar. Step 4. Using this avatar or body, spirit then plays a game. Consciousness explores that world as a test of energy. This energetic test is what gives consciousness the ability to experience being or not being that which it desired. Consciousness plays with the energies of life and experiences being, doing, and having. It experiences becoming its desire or failing to do so, and it experiences handling obstacles and growing from the journey. It plays the game. Step 5. Finally, it closes that world and lives with new insights. Through these new insights, it gets to grow and to evolve. The experiences and the insights gained help it answer the question, what am I? The answer comes to it through actual life experiences. Sometimes it answers the question, what am I, by experiencing what am I not? And that, my friend, is a nice and simple model of the game of life. And if you look at it carefully, you'll notice that it matches some of the creation myths on the planet. It even matches our own birth, life, and death experience. The 5 parts of the game. As with all games, the game of life has the following 5 game parts. By the way, you'll find these 5 game parts in any and all games. You know, football, chess, netball, motor racing, and just about any other game that you can imagine. These 5 parts are standard game parts of all games. You know, I just didn't sit down and make them up. These are standard parts. They're universal in all games. Game part number 1, the game space. Game part number 2, the game's boundaries. Game part number 3, the game's rules of interaction. Game part number 4, the game's artifacts, also known as the game's objects and events. Game part number 5, the game's goal. Let us look at each part in a little more detail, especially as it relates to the game of life. 1. The game space. The game space is a space where the rules of real life are temporarily suspended. The rules of the game replace the rules of real life. In the game space of football, which is the football field, the rules of football replace the rules of real life. In other words, we forget real life for 90 minutes and we play football in the football field. In the game of life, the rules of the spiritual realm are suspended and the rules of the physical realm are applied. When we are born into earth, we forget our spiritual reality for our lifetime. We play the role of a human being until we die. Game spaces create a make-believe world that is not the real world. It lets the players to engage in activity and outcomes otherwise not possible in the real world. Earth is a make-believe world, the game space in the game of life. It allows spirit to embody a human avatar, to then engage in activities and outcomes that would otherwise not be possible in the real world. The real world here is the infinite and eternal spirit world. 2. The game's boundaries. Each game has boundaries. Football, for example, has a football field as the game boundaries. The goalpost is also a boundary. The 2 halves of the courts are also boundaries. The parts of the body that the players are allowed to use or to hit are also boundaries, and so on. The game of life has many types of boundaries. For example, space-time boundaries like a country, a continent, a planet, a galaxy, a universe. Physiological boundaries like the 5 senses. The 5 senses are designed to produce the illusion of separation and limitation. There are also temporal boundaries like birth, death, and so on. Boundaries create constraints, and constraints serve many purposes, such as forcing you to think creatively, to face challenges and grow, to act before it's too late, and so on. 3. The game's rules of interaction. Rules are what make a game to become a self-functioning ecosystem. They also allow the players to win or to lose. For example, in football, you aren't allowed to play outside the football pitch, or to be offside, or to kick someone in the dick. Without rules, football would stop functioning. Rules define the constraints of the game space and how the objects and events interact, how the artifacts interact. In the game of life, we have rules or laws such as gravity, cause and effect, beliefs, the law of attraction, and so on. I believe the most important rule to learn in the game of life is how beliefs work. Beliefs are electromagnetic realities. They are actual systems made of thought forms. They filter and create your reality. They shape quantum energy through the law of attraction. They ensure that you always see and have what you believe precisely. This is a system that allows consciousness to know itself and to experience itself. 4. The game's artifacts. The objects and events. In a game of football, we have several artifacts. We have objects such as the ball, the uniforms, the goalposts, and even the other players themselves. We also have events such as goals scored, fouls, penalties, and so on. Objects and events create plot. They create story, narrative, meaning, and context. Through them, the players get to know themselves, grow, and transform. In the game of life, all objects and events are made of quantum energy. Everything in our physical universe has an atomic construction, no exceptions, and all atoms are made of subatomic units, such as protons, neutrons, and electrons, and these are called quantum energy. And quantum energy follows your beliefs to automatically customize your world. Energy responds to consciousness. Objects and events come into our experiences in perfect response to our beliefs. This way, our lives mirror our consciousness. That's the system. We create our reality in more ways, in deeper ways than we can imagine. Artifacts are also a camouflage that keeps away the real world. In the game of life, physical reality covers up or camouflages the spirit world. The artifacts themselves act as a veil. We humans are on this side of the veil, and spirit seems to be on the other side of the veil. It's an illusion, for indeed everything is actually one, but the camouflage is necessary for the game to be real. We have to separate the real world from the make-believe world. Artifacts also hold information about the game. They represent concepts within the game. For example, in the game of life, a wife, a husband, a car, a home, a shirt, and a highway are all artifacts. They hold certain data, information, knowledge, and meaning in our particular lives. The actions that the artifacts make are also information states. For example, if the wife kisses the husband, that is one information state. If she slaps him across the face, that is another information state. This information is also used to track progress or lack of progress, to keep scores, and to give a picture, so to speak, of the game's current state. The players themselves, meaning you and I, are also artifacts in and of themselves. People are both artifacts and the game's players. You are the hero of your life story, the main player in your game, but you're also an artifact in other people's stories. Now, players in the game assume various archetypal roles, such as the hero or the protagonist, the antagonist, the mentors, allies, and enemies, and so on. 5. The goal of the game. This one's easy. Every game has a goal. In soccer, it is to put more balls into your opponent's goalpost than they do. That's how you win. What is the goal of the game of life? Well, I'm sure each one's life is unique and it has its own goals. I cannot tell you what your life's goals are, what your life's lessons are, what your life's themes are. I cannot tell you that. That's up to you. But what I do know is that there does seem to be one main goal in the game of life. You see, our particular universe is a universe of duality, of opposites like light and dark, negative and positive, and so on. Polarities. Think about it now. The fact that there are polarities means that there is a hidden connection. The fact that life is made of opposite means it's not random. The existence of duality points at a hidden connection between all that is and all that is not, between light and dark. So to me, the ultimate goal of the game of life seems to be polarity integration. The ultimate goal is duality integration, which is also known by many names, such as transcending duality, integrating the yin and yang, unconditional love, being non-judgmental, freedom from the illusion of separation, attaining oneness, waking up from the dream of separation, atonement or at-one-ment, nirvana, moksha, enlightenment, forgiveness, and so on. Polarity integration, transcending duality. We have been lied to for 6,000 fucking years. Okay, so now we have the game of life in mind, from a new perspective that's different from what we were told. Now we can look at the lie and better understand it. What is the lie? We have been given narratives, rules, and systems. These have been deliberately designed to corrupt our internal map of reality, the very map that we use to navigate and manifest our lives. What is a map of reality? A map of reality is our self-view plus our world view. Our self-view is what we believe we are. Our worldview is what we believe the world is. Map of reality is equal to self-view plus worldview. Corrupting a population's map of reality results in them forgetting who they are, forgetting what they're doing here, what their purpose is, and how they create reality. It makes them feel like lost victims of life instead of powerful creators of reality. They become controllable, manipulable, sheeple. Corrupting a population's map of reality is achieved using 3 core lies. These 3 core lies form a mental matrix that enslaves mankind. The 3 core lies are very simple, and indeed you will recognize them as follows. The first lie. This is the self-view lie, and it says, you are nothing but a biological skin bag, and if you have a soul or spirit, it has little effect here, and it's something to possibly deal with only after death. The second lie. This is a worldview lie, and it says, the world is unchallengeably solid. It is separated, disconnected, and it is purely mechanical. And the only way to get by is using hard work and struggle to move the physical pieces around mechanically. The third lie. This lie cements the other 2 lies, and it says, that's just the way it is. If you think differently, we ridicule you and we prosecute you. You must think the same like everyone else. Be, do, and have whatever the so-called authorities tell you. Join the herd, don't rock the boat. That's just the way life is. These seemingly simple 3 core lies control and enslave the planet's population. They make all other lies possible, and there are many, many more lies, but these 3 core lies make all the many other lies possible. We are born into a cultural story, a cultural narrative. It says, this is who you are and this is how the world works. We will drum it into you until you lose your childhood curiosity and your questioning. And so our minds become insidiously enslaved, generation after generation, with the same old shit. We are led to believe that we are the problem, that we are a threat to each other, that we are not enough, that humanity is a broken species, that without the authorities and their institutions, it would all go to the dogs, that we would kill each other and destroy ourselves. A system of divide and conquer has been set up to keep us in conflict, to keep us apart from each other and afraid of each other, and mean to each other. Race, gender, religion, and borders have been engineered to perpetuate conflict between us, and I do mean engineered. Various so-called authorities, certain groups of people, deliberately make evil plans, very long-term plans, very evil plans, to create conflict in the world for their own gains. You see, there's a saying, shit happens. Well, shit just doesn't happen. Shit takes time. Shit takes effort. These people or groups have ignited conflict deliberately. They have started wars and even rewritten history and education systems to support the lies. They have poisoned our food and the planet, often deliberately. They have set up debt-based banking to forever have everyone trapped in debt slavery that's impossible to get out of. As I'll show you in a different video, the economic system is deliberately engineered to create debt enslavement. There are many, many other better economic system alternatives that we could have used, but they've been deliberately ignored. Ignored because they would free people and destroy the reins of control controlled by the elite class. These groups of people have even corrupted our politics and media at the global level, all deliberately done on purpose, and they have then lied that this is just how life is. And then they acted as if they are trying to save us from the very thing that they purposely created. This has been going on for longer than you can imagine. Like a fish born into water, we don't even realize we have been born into a matrix of lies that keeps us small and disempowered, in fear and controllable. You see, the great philosopher Plato once said that those who tell the stories rule the world. We are born into a story that was crafted for us by hidden storytellers. The manipulation was done by certain groups that gain from this. There is indeed a method to the madness and a villain in a hat, so to speak. You can call this villain whatever you like, and indeed there are several villains or antagonists. It's not just one. Every story needs an antagonist, and there are more than one antagonist in a story. Psychologists call it the shadow, the New Agers call it the darkness, Islam calls it jinns, Gnostics calls it archons, Christians call it demons, Native Americans calls it flyers, the Far East calls it the serpent gods, Sumerians called it the Anunnaki, Zulus called it the Shitauri, Hopis called it snake brothers, and today we have the deep state, the shadow government, the cabal, the secret world government. Whatever you wish to call it, and however many there are, it doesn't matter. The point is, there is a villain in a hat. There is someone or something fucking with you. You think you're free, but you're not. Not as long as you're enslaved and defined by someone else's thought system. A thought system that makes you fail to see your true radiance and power and dominion. So, as long as the three core lies remain, the problems will remain. The psychology and the chaos that we see will continue to be maintained by the villains. There is literally a war of consciousness, and they win when you are asleep. So wake up. An awakened being is impossible to control, for they cannot be fooled. An awakened planet is impossible to enslave with stupid shit. Stupid shit like privately controlled debt-based central banking systems, manipulative media, unnecessary unending wars, and so on. But when a population is asleep, it is so easy to maintain the three core lies. Maintain them by simply structuring certain things in a certain way. Things such as banking and financial systems, media, military-industrial complexes, petrodollar complexes, food systems, pharmaceuticals, politics, religions, and so on. Make no mistake, there is a strong concerted effort to dumb down the population, to maintain it in a certain old system that works for the controllers, the villains, the antagonists in the story of life. The systems that run the world were deliberately engineered, artificially made to be the way they are by particular interest groups. What I mean is, we did not get here simply because that was the only way we could have evolved, or because these were our only alternatives. It was instead deliberately steered this way. There is someone at the helm directing this ship called Earth, someone who should not be there. You see, the natural state of humanity is bliss, love, connection. That's how babies are born. Babies learn prejudice, racism, nationalism, and so on as they grow. They are not born with it, they are programmed and conditioned into it. Humans on the Earth, by nature, are benevolent. They have a benevolent natural state. The malevolence or the evil is actually manufactured. It is programmed. It is learned. We don't need to tolerate it or to live with it. The major problems we face already have solutions. The problems we face individually as people and collectively as a planet, they already have solutions. We simply need to drop the lies and we will see the solutions.
The cultural and historic belief has been a broken one, a deceptive one. It has been that the creative source is in the heavens above, and that you are in the mud below. This has made you believe you are without the Creator. Yet, the Creator can only be in the mud, and in your skin, and in your breath, and in the eyes of a child, and the dying old man or woman. By its very nature, the Creator is in all of creation. You are God, playing a human role, for a while.
And so, there is only one way out, and that is to reset our self-view and worldview. Believing the lies is the reason why we stay stuck, and that is the secret. Drop the lies in your personal life and the problems will drop automatically. You don't have to listen to their old story. You don't have to dance to their music. You can dance to your own music, your own story. You don't have to take on the map of reality that has been handed to you, that the system gave you. You can find your own map of reality that makes more sense and works better. It is time for the greatest secret that has been kept from you to be revealed, and that is the secret of your own divinity, of your true nature as a piece of source energy with the power to create reality through pure intent. It is the secret of your world's quantum multidimensional nature, a world made of energy that responds unquestioningly to consciousness, to human intent. The secret of your position as a conscious creator being, a sovereign being, and to recognize how much more exciting and blissful your lives can be. More exciting than the scraps that are presented as life's only choices by the systems that run our lives. You are told more and more that you have no option, that your governments are in control, that only the people with really big money are supposed to be in charge, and that power is a thing for the elites only. The mind can be a jail built out of bullshit. Break free. The truth is within you. It is not outside you in the hands of so-called authorities. The kingdom is within you. These falsehoods will die away very quickly once you claim your divine heritage, once you recognize your quantum world for what it is behind the smoke and mirrors. Now, a word of warning. Be prepared for this process to be malaligned, to be discredited and undermined by those who wish to profit from our misfortunes. The time for the old paradigm is coming to an end though. You are free, dear one. Your physical vessels are capable of so much more than you know. Our species is fighting a war of consciousness. The goal is a transformation into the next level of consciousness evolution. It is a consciousness revolution, which will be followed by a technological revolution of the kind that you cannot even imagine today. A planetary revolution. You can do this, and you shall win. Test all these things out and do not settle for anything less than your own magnificence. As Carl Jung once said, the world will ask you who you are, and if you do not know, the world will tell you. How can you be free if others can decide for you who and what you are? You are the hero of your life's movie. You are on your hero's journey. On your journey, you will have desires and challenges. To achieve your desires and overcome your challenges, you'll have to grow, to move from your known world to the unknown. Do not fear the unknown, my friend. Embrace it. Embrace the unknown. The unknown is benevolent. It holds treasures and gifts. Leap and the net will appear. You will meet helpers and mentors. You will get supernatural aid if you ask for it. The universe will conspire to help you. Simply ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be open unto you. Embrace your obstacles. Face your fears. The obstacle is the way, and on the other side of fear you will find yourself. Let your old self-concept die. Shed old skin, die and be born again. The abyss of the unknown is your friend. It will reveal things to you. Your revelation will come from your darkest hours at times. You will resurrect anew like a phoenix, experiencing transformation, growth, integration of the yin-yang, also known as at-one-ment or atonement. Enlightenment into a new order of reality. These are the gifts of the game of life. Your time has come. Be ready. You are the one you've been waiting for. Your time has come. It's time to turn off the media, time to follow your intuition, to trust yourself more than you trust so-called authorities. It is time for you to be the plan. You are the plan. Be what you really are, sovereign creator being. Remember the 5 steps that spirit takes to play the game of life. Remember the 5 parts of the game. Remember you are the character in the dream and the dreamer of the dream. You are both spirit and human. Remember that even though you are in the human role, you still have your divine powers to create your reality. Remember that you are the hero of your life's movie. You are on your hero's journey. This is your game, not the villain's game. The villains only win by fooling you into thinking that you are less than you really are, and then convincing you to have and live their dream. This way, they use your creative intent and powers against you. You don't have to live their dream. Don't buy into the shadow's dream. Wake up, recreate yourself anew. You are the one you have been waiting for.
Are you ready to win?
Almost every nation has invested enormous amount of money in building and stockpiling arms, armaments, bombs, missiles. So all of us as people, were we all thinking all these bombs are being kept for entertainment, for display, or it's artwork? What did you think? One day it will be used. The question is on whom? Wars are almost inevitable because economies are built on war. So we have no intent of stopping the war. Let's be clear about that. When it happens to us, we will cry. When it's happening somewhere else, it's drama. This inhuman attitude towards war and to killing and the suffering that other people go through, we must come out of that. Because most evil things have happened not necessarily because of evil intentions, simply apathy. You sleep through life. That is what is happening to the world, both in terms of soil and in terms of war. We sleep through. After World War II, we formed League of Nations. We made United Nations. The idea was never again such wars will happen, right? Since then, how many wars? Actually, if you look at it, there's not been a single day's break on this planet after World War II without at least a battle going on somewhere. We are not saying we are not in such a la-la land that we don't have any issues. We have issues. But this is the idea of setting up a platform which would solve problems. We pushed it to the side and doing what we want.
So how do we wake up?
First thing is, within your hearts, your anger and hatred must go. I must tell you this.
А вы, в свою очередь, вешаете своему населению. И люди не чувствуют опасности. Вот меня что беспокоит. Ну как мы не можем понять? Мы тащим мир вообще в совершенно новое измерение. Вот в чем проблема. Делают вид, что как будто ничего не происходит. Но я не знаю даже, как достучаться.
And I say this, our country's in trouble. Something has to happen. And if it doesn't happen, and if we don't have smart leadership, you're going to end up with no world. The world is going to be blown to pieces. We have stupid people now running our country. The world is going to be blown to pieces.
What are you thinking about? If the nuclear bomb were to explode right now, what would you choose? Live or die? Live? Yeah, because if I died, then there would be a lot of things I couldn't do anymore. I'd never see my family again. I'd miss the sun on my face. I'd never eat my favourite food again. Never travel. Never be in love. I wouldn't live. What about you? What would you choose? Live or die?
Die. Because if I survived, I wouldn't be able to do a lot of things anymore. I'd never see my family again. I'd miss the sun on my face. I'd never taste my favourite food again. Never travel. Never be in love. I wouldn't live.
The United Nations was founded so that we would never forget the crimes of great power. Are we now in danger of forgetting? Do we forget the lies that justified the conquest of Iraq and disguised America's plans to dominate all the world? And do we accept a distortion of intellect and morality that empties noble words like democracy and liberation of their true meaning, that says it's wrong for a terrorist to kill innocent people, but right for governments to commit the same crimes in our name? The answer is that we need not accept any of this if we recognize that there are now two superpowers. One is the regime in Washington, the other is public opinion, now stirring all over the world, perhaps as never before. Make no mistake, it's an epic struggle. The alternative is not just the conquest of faraway countries, it's the conquest of us, of our minds, our humanity, and our self-respect. If we remain silent, victory over us is assured.
Don't buy into the shadow's dream. Wake up, recreate yourself anew. You are the one you have been waiting for.
Are you ready to win?